So what we're going to do is the women will echo, okay? When the guy sings, the women will echo. Okay? So let's all stand up. Brothers and sisters, good morning.
Good morning.
And it's so nice to be back here in St. Margaret Mary in our second session. And we start the day with a prayer. And as we have sang, God is with us. He's present in our lives, in our hearts today. So let's invite Him to come into our hearts and be with us. And we acknowledge your presence here this morning, Lord God. And as we acknowledge you, we start the prayer as we say, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Amen.
Yes, Lord God, we thank you again for allowing us, every one of us, Lord God, to be here, for us to be back here in Margaret Mary, Lord God, for this second session, Lord God, for the Sanctity of Life. We thank you for arranging each one's schedule. We thank you for allowing us to be here, to wake up early and be here to hear the messages, Lord God, that you have in store for us. We thank you for the generosity of the parish, Lord God, for allowing us to use their venue, Lord God. And of course, we thank you for the leadership of the Diocese of San Bernardino for the pro-life. And we ask you, Lord God, to use them mightily, Lord God, as your mouthpiece today. And also we'd like to lift up you ourselves, that we may have a listening heart. Allow us to hear and comprehend, Lord God, all the messages that you have in store for us, Lord God, through our speakers, Lord God. Lord, we lift up to you the rest of the day, Lord God, and we invite you to be with us, and all of this we ask in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Mary? Oh, Marie, sorry.
Thank you so much. You can call me Maria too. We have a final prayer, and I ask, would you form a circle, please? Does everyone have a blue or a pink prayer? If not, it's on the registration desk.
Lo que les estamos pidiendo es si por favor pueden tener esta hojita azul donde está la oración para comenzar la sesión de hoy.
What we're going to do, you'll see that the prayer is in both English and Spanish, and we would like, when we'll all take turns reading one of the little paragraphs, read the paragraph in the language that we choose. Just keep moving through the prayers.
Lo que vamos a hacer es y vamos a ir leyendo cada uno de los párrafos, primero en inglés y luego en español, y cada uno de nosotros lo va a decir en el lenguaje en el que nos sentimos más familiarizados.
Okay, so I will have, this is Dr. Laura Sheff, and you will be meeting her later. She's one of our fantastic instructors today, and Mary will give her a proper introduction. But I'm going to ask Dr. Laura to begin the first prayer, and we'll just move clockwise this way, please.
Todos juntos decimos, Cristo ha muerto, Cristo ha resucitado, Cristo volverá. Oración de Santa Teresa de Ávila, y los que hablamos español pueden repetir conmigo al mismo tiempo. Cristo no tiene ningún cuerpo ahora en tierra, pero el nuestro, sin manos más que las nuestras, sin pies más que los nuestros. Nuestros son los ojos a través del cual mirar con la compasión de Cristo al mundo.
Ours are the feet with which he is to go about doing good. Ours are the hands for which he is to bless men and women now.
God knows and loves each of us and has called us by name to be light for the world.
Let us commit ourselves to be light, especially in those places where there is great darkness.
God has created me to serve and to love, and has committed some work to me that was given to no one else.
I am in some way necessary for God's purpose in the world. I am a part of God's great work.
I shall be an instrument of peace, one who speaks the truth.
I shall bear God's light for all to see. I will serve God with all my heart.
Let us pray for those who spread the gospel of life, that they may reach all people with their uplifting message. We pray to the Lord.
For every unborn child, and for his or her mother and fathers, that God might teach us how to love and support them, we pray to the Lord.
Lord, hear our prayers.
Por las mujeres y los hombres cuyo corazón está agobiado por el pecado del aborto, que nuestro Dios misericordioso les otorgue la paz. Roguemos al Señor.
Señor, oíganos.
For the growing love of the weak and vulnerable, that in the model of Christ Jesus our Lord we might work to sustain and protect the lives of all who are in need, we pray to the Lord.
Por todos los investigadores médicos, para que Dios les dé la gracia de usar sus talentos y aptitudes para preservar y proteger toda vida humana, desde la concepción hasta la muerte natural. Roguemos al Señor.
por nuestros legisladores para que él o ella preserve el derecho de cada uno de nosotros a la vida, la libertad y la búsqueda de la felicidad. Roguemos al Señor.
Por todos los que se sienten agobiados por el peso de sus años, para que Dios nos enseñe a amarlos y respetarlos, roguemos al Señor.
Señor, for those who are weighed down, for those tempted to take their own lives, that at the moment they are most in need of God's grace, He might strengthen them to endure. We pray to the Lord.
Lord, hear our prayers. For the grandparents of every unborn child, that through their prayers, wisdom, and example, he or she might be nurtured and protected, we pray to the Lord.
Lord, hear our prayers.
Por un mayor amor por los débiles y los vulnerables, para que en el modelo de Jesucristo nuestro Señor trabajemos para preservar y proteger la vida de todos los necesitados, roguemos al Señor.
Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you all so much. You can find your seats. Everyone stay, the Spanish class, stay with us for another minute, please.
Sí, la clase de español se puede permanecer un minuto más aquí en la sala.
Good morning. My name is Marie Linton, and on behalf of Pro-Life Catholic Ministries of the Diocese of San Bernardino, we are so excited and grateful that you are here today.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Marie Whitman, de la Diócesis de San Bernardino, de la oficina de Provina.
If you did not register with me, please come quietly to the registration table when I'm done here, and we'll check you in.
Si no han registrado todavía con la señora Marie, por favor, acérquense a la mesa donde podrán ser registrados.
Last week, I forgot to ask you to sign in at the end of the day. So I'm sorry about that, but when we are finished at 4 or 4:30, would you please come by and I'll have you sign the registration form before you leave.
La semana pasada la señora Marie se olvidó de recordarle que por favor hagan la firma de entrada a la conferencia, así que quienes no lo hayan hecho la semana pasada, si por favor al final de la sesión de hoy pueden hacerlo por los 2 días.
We want to make very sure that you all get credit and you get your graduation certificates at the end of this course, so thank you for doing that.
Si queremos estar seguros de que todos obtengan el crédito por haber participado del día de la semana pasada y del día de hoy, así pueden obtener sus certificados y sus diplomas de graduación.
We thank couples for Christ for all of your hard work. Those of you that came here so early and set everything up for us, thank you for your organization and dedication.
Queremos agradecerle también al grupo de parejas
para Cristo, yes.
Por haber venido aquí y ayudar a preparar todo y por todo el trabajo tan duro que hacen en su servicio a la comunidad.
We have a very interesting day for you today. If you are one of those people who says all things in moderation, this is not the day for you.
Tenemos un día de trabajo bastante duro el día de hoy. Si ustedes son el tipo de personas que creen en todo con moderación, no es el día para ustedes.
We are going to be learning about the sacredness of the very beginning of life and the sacredness and beauty of the very end of life today.
El día de hoy cubrir los tópicos, vamos a aprender sobre el sagrado momento de la concepción de la vida y también qué tan sagrado y hermoso y maravilloso es el momento del final de la vida de cada uno de nosotros.
I will turn you over now to our Associate Director, Mary Huber, who will introduce our Spanish instructor, Dr. Laura Schiff. Thank you both.
I'd like to introduce Dr. Laura Schiff. I've known Dr. Laura for a long time. We're good friends. She's a research professor. She was a research professor at UCR in biochemistry, and we did research in biomedical stem cell, and bone regeneration. In fact, she made a name for herself in bone regeneration. And so Laura retired about 2 years ago, and now is working as a professor.
Mount San Jacinto College and Brandman University.
Okay. Like this. Sorry.
Ok, ahora voy a traducir mi propia introducción. So Mary Huber recién me introdujo, mi nombre es Laura Schiff y soy doctora en biología y bioquímica, o sea, no soy médica, pero soy profesora de universidad. Hace 2 años atrás me retiré de la Universidad de California, Riverside, donde hice 20 años de investigación científica en biomedicina, uso de células madre en tejido de hueso humano. Y en estos momentos lo que hago es teaching, doy clases en colegios, en Mount San Jacinto College y en Brandman University. Y dedico mi vida no más a la investigación, sino a la enseñanza de los estudiantes y a dar presentaciones como esta.
Next time I will type up the Spanish one and read it myself. Just so you know, Dr. Laura also has presented on bioethics to the California Catholic Conference of Bishops and has done multiple representations for us here at the Diocese of San Bernardino. So we're just so blessed to have her. I just want to say that if you have any real technical questions later on during lunch, she will be available for you to answer any questions or answer things that she might have done as a research doctor. Some of it's pretty fascinating. And anything else you might think of.
Sí, lo que Mari dijo recién es que he presentado varias veces para la diócesis de San Bernardino en cuestiones de bioética y de investigación científica con células madre. Y si tienen alguna pregunta técnica que no comprenden la ciencia o la biología de todo lo que hablamos hoy, yo estaría muy agradecida, muy feliz de poder contestar sus preguntas si las conozco. Y yo el año pasado también presenté en bioética a la conferencia de California, la Conferencia Católica de Obispos de California. Something I would like to add is that one of the main reasons why I retired from scientific research is because the system was pushing me, was making pressure on me to use human embryonic stem cells to do my research, and I just rejected that. And I stood on my faith and I decided not to use human embryonic stem cells, and that pretty much ended my career, which is okay. It started my career for the service of God. Okay. Ahora lo voy a decir en español. Una de las razones por las que terminé mi carrera científica es porque el sistema científico me estaba poniendo presión de usar células no lo quise hacer más y básicamente eso puso final a mi carrera científica como investigadora, y ahora es por esto que doy este tipo de presentaciones y mi servicio a la comunidad de Dios.
Good luck. It's a tough crowd.
blessings to all of you, and that God may open your hearts and your mind to receive His words and understanding, to make us, gives us the strength to make the right decisions in life, the ones that He's pleased with. So blessings to all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, good morning. Can you hear me okay? Good. Do you have your thinking caps on? Darn, because I was trying to borrow one from somebody. Anyway, this is, I do this, I've done this format when we teach bioethics a certain way for the last 3 years because it seems to have worked. I haven't done it in front of a huge crowd like this before. Generally, when I give this presentation, I always say, if you have a question, we'll just stop and ask the question. Because you don't want to get to the next level if you don't understand what we just did. But because we have such a huge crowd, we would never get out of here. So what I thought we would do is lunch is going to be at 12, that we would break halfway. And before we break, we'd have 5 minutes of questions. And then when we break for the second time, we'll have 5 or 10 minutes for questions. So just remember them, and remember no question is a bad question. I don't always know how to answer them. If we've got Dr. Laura, so just remember we'll get the answer. But what I try to do with this program is we have, I came across a really good DVD. We work with the Culture of Bioethics, which is based, I think, in Northern California. And they developed a documentary that actually won a lot of awards. And it's called Lines That Divide. Lines meaning stem cell lines. And so we're going to be watching that because it shows you where the real debate is. And it shows you where the real rhetoric is. And then the DVD can offer things that there's no way anybody presenting can offer because you see the visuals and pictures and things like that. So what I'm planning on doing is, which is what I've done the last 3 years, is I will start with the presentation, generally just giving you terminology, a little bit of understanding of what we're talking about, and then I show that clip on the DVD. Then I go back to the PowerPoint, show you the next stage in terminology, what that really means, and then we go back to the DVD. We'll be doing that throughout the next, two and a half hours. That way you can become more desensitized to the language when I do the PowerPoint, so when you're listening to them, you get a better understanding of what they're saying. The goal is important when we do things like this that we understand our objective. Our objective is not to become maybe scientists today. That would be ridiculous. The objective is for us to be able to articulately understand what the debate is about, where the church stands on this, why the church stands on this, and what the future holds with this information. Because there is anytime something becomes politicized, the rhetoric just takes over. And there's very little truthfulness to anything anymore that you get on television. So this will give you an opportunity to at least understand what the debate is, what the risks are, who are the vulnerable people, and who are the ones who benefit from it. And again, any question is a good question. I hope you really enjoy this. Of all the things I do, I love bioethics the most. Because bioethics is what allowed me to truly fall in love with my church. Because it was through bioethics, and I studied for a year with the National Catholic Bioethics Center in Philadelphia. What bioethics allowed me to do is to understand the theology of the Catholic Church and what it really truly means to really embrace this connection that we have with the divine. It's a love story, and it starts before we're in our mother's womb. And so for me, bioethics was like the closing chapter of me being on a fence with, I have so many issues with the church. How do I resolve them? This is what closed that chapter for me. And it was because of the love story. And when I study Aquinas and theologians like him, bioethics is the first thing I think of. because he truly, from a very philosophical level, was able to speak on the soul's connection to the divine and how there is nothing is ever severed in the way. No sin, no nothing can ever sever our connection between our soul and the divine. And that makes us all very, very special people. So this is why I like it, and I hope you like it too. Okay, I have to get a little organized here. Okay, so this is 101. So faith and science and technology, are they reconcilable? Bioethics. So the question is, can we find some common ground in that little area here where we can actually build fruit and change lives and save lives? To start with, we go back to church teaching. Last week we talked about the Gospel of Life. And what you'll find is that many of these encyclicals started because the church had to deal with the sign of the times. This is what started Vatican II, was the sign of the times. Then we have all these encyclicals on technology and so forth. So we had the Gospel of Life because there were so many attacks on human life that Pope St. John Paul II needed to gather all the information from the world's bishops to figure out what we need to do. One of the documents that was written was called The Dignity of a Person, which was called Dignitas Personae on certain bioethical questions. This document was solely written to provide Catholic people and the world a document of how we need to embrace bioethics, but how we also have to understand what we're doing. And so basically, no matter what science we do, the dignity of a person must be recognized in every human being from conception to natural death. This is very important because right now we live in a time where if you can think it, you can do it, quite frankly. We can create human beings, and we can get rid of human beings. If you have an idea of thinking it, there's somebody who has developed it. And so when we see all the science and where it can take us, we always have to step back and think. The dignity of a person must be always recognized. And I don't mean the dignity of me versus you or you versus me. If it doesn't dignify all of us, it cannot dignify any of us. And so that's what Vatican wrote. This fundamental principle must be at the center of ethical reflection on biomedical research. So, stem cell research. The objective is to develop technology to treat every single human disease. That's a well-worthy objective to have. We are succumbing to different diseases all the time, and why not use bioethics to do it? The Dignity Personae asks the question, can research on human embryos, the use of stem cells for therapeutic purposes ever be permissible? So these are the questions we have. What are the different types of research? Who gains? What are the social justice issues? And anytime you do this research, you're going to find major social justice issues. And sometimes the social justice issues we don't even see up front. It's not until we've gone down that path where we see where this is leading. And often it's too late to do anything about it. And should the human embryo have intrinsic value? So the issue at stake is, should a human embryo that has the size of a 5 milliliter have intrinsic value to the point of disallowing research that could save lives? And this is a debate in our country. It's not even a debate anymore. I mean, to the second row, this is a ridiculous question. Why would you have something that tiny, size of the top of a pencil, have any value compared to my value to find a cure for diabetes or something? But basically, this is where we're going. How can the Catholic and Christian community advocate and defend our thinking on this? When the reality is we're seeing the suffering around us, and we're not seeing that 5 milliliter embryo. So that's the basic question. So we as Catholics need to be able to articulate our position in a logical and unemotional way. This is very important. And I'll tell you a story. I did this in the Hemet area. And there was this woman, she must have been in her 70s. And, we all have our thinking. Sometimes it's kind of wrong. And I remember, shame on me. I remember saying to myself, okay, I'm going to have to keep her awake all this talk. This woman, she went mano a mano against 3 atheists 2 weeks later and convinced them that they were wrong. She couldn't convince them that they needed to find faith, but she was able to convince them that they were wrong in their thinking because she, in a very unemotional and articulate way, spoke to them clearly. I was so proud of her. I mean, she is like one of my biggest heroes now. It turns out she was a closet scientist who never had the opportunity, but certainly had the mindset. And so she came to this class with her books and everything, and she was just ready to go. And so she's now given presentations like this in different parishes in her area. God bless her. So that just goes to show you the gifts that we all have. Sometimes we don't even know we have them. So I had to mention that. Okay, so what I'd like to do right now is I would like to start the DVD. So I'll be kind of going back and forth like this as you get to computers, that'll help. Okay. Can you see okay? Not that way, right? Again, this one major awards in Cannes, France.
Stem cells are the only reagent, the only thing known to medical science, the only technology in the world that has the capacity to treat every single human disease.
By the way, when you watch this, look at their faces, look at their titles, look at the mannerism, and look who they choose as spokespeople on the different topics. That's what's so good about this DVD. It's not just what they're saying, it's who they're representing and who they think they're going to be attractive to. So you have to watch that.
I think we're entering a revolution in stem cells that can fundamentally not just affect medicine but society as a whole, possibly even change life expectancy, the duration of life.
Remember, in the modern era, endorse the instrumental use of human beings at any of their stages of development for medical research. That means that from here on out, we're going to have many arguments about what uses can be made of living human organisms. And embryonic stem cell research is the first small act on this much larger discussion.
Heart disease, Parkinson's, diabetes, cancer, strokes. These are among the leading causes of death in the United States, with millions more still alive and suffering. But what if science discovered a cure for these maladies? What if medicine could reverse degenerative diseases, regenerate healthy tissue and damaged organs, repair spinal cord injuries, and eliminate paralysis? Would it be worth the price to pay? Would it be worth any price? In 1963, researchers defined special cells in the body that have the ability to regenerate and reproduce other kinds of cells. They called them stem cells. In 1981, scientists derived the first embryonic stem cells from mouse embryos, which ultimately led to the pursuit of human embryonic stem cells.
1998 was really the beginning of human embryonic stem cell research. That was the year that it was determined that you could actually create them in humans. So it did change everything and created an entire new field.
Some claimed it was only a matter of time before these cultured stem cells could be used in medical therapy for a number of significant degenerative conditions. But there were problems.
There were those that looked at the promise of it,
And there were those that had great fear about it, that this would cause embryos to be created simply for the purpose of later destroying them and creating embryonic stem cell lines. So there was a huge polarization about it.
In 2001, in response to these ethical concerns, the Bush administration became the first to allow federal funds to be used for embryonic stem cell research, and only on specific stem cell lines already created.
This allows us to explore the promise and potential of stem cell research without crossing a fundamental moral line that would sanction or encourage further destruction of human embryos.
Researchers could continue to engage in privately funded and state-funded embryonic stem cell research, but the federal government was divided and political war erupted.
Not destroy innocent human life for any reason.
Stem cell research is an integral part of finding a cure for this disease.
But it's still said human life is talent.
Why isn't it getting done? And my answer is, I don't know.
I thought it was a very well thought out and brave decision, because if you look at any decision where there are competing sides, if you have upset all sides, you probably made the right decision. And that's indeed what he did.
Celebrities joined the debate, providing a strong emotional appeal, some of them personally affected by the issue.
I have a keen interest in research, and I'm deeply disturbed by unreasonable attempts to block scientific progress. Our government is supposed to do the greatest good for the greatest number of people. Beyond that, we have a moral responsibility to help others. Time is absolutely critical.
I have found comfort in my heartfelt view that embryonic stem cell research is truly life-affirming.
We have an extraordinary opportunity to eradicate these diseases that are haunting our friends and families.
At this point, only embryonic stem cells can produce enough of the neurons needed for cell replacement by a factor of millions.
You know, I'm concerned that celebrities are being used to advance a cause here. I'm concerned that they're being used, that they're not given perhaps all of the facts, that perhaps they've been sold bill of goods, which a lot of this research is advancing this kind of hyped up. We need to do it now.
And you find a public policy advocacy campaign that is pretty awesome, but is also profoundly deceptive and disingenuous.
So why the controversy? Why the polarization? Should there be ethical restrictions involved in stem cell research? Or should science be unhindered by moral restraint?
Okay. Can you turn this on again? I think there's an echo when I have it on, but we have this on. Okay, so now you know what the debate's about. So, carry over. So let us start with the sequence of events from the Bush administration. In 1981, first of all, to start the sequence of events, I want to talk about the sequence of technology and how this all came to be. In 1981, the first vitro fertilization was in the United States, creating life outside the womb. Now, I don't know if you remember, I was actually in Scotland at the time when the first baby was conceived using intravenous, what did they use? No, it was IVF. They used IVF. The first IVF baby was conceived in England. This must have been in the late 60s. So in the United States, the first time they had the technology down was in 1981. Okay, February 1997, the birth of Dolly sheep after 276 failed attempts, where they cloned a baby sheep. It took 276 trials, and the sheep wasn't a very healthy sheep, but it was a huge breakthrough. The scientists won a lot of awards for it. In July 2000, scientists announced the sequencing of the human genome, the arrangement of our DNA's fundamental components. So this is the first time in history that we could actually see how our human genome works, which is fundamental when it comes to trying to figure out how to create a human being. The scientists who developed this, who found it, used his own human genome. So everybody knows what his human genome looks like. Okay, in July 2001, 3 scientists announced that they each intend to clone human beings in their private labs. Again, this was never federally funded, but what you do as private industries is up to you. And so a lot of this research was happening through private investments. So I would say if you play the stock market, look to see what companies you're investing in. August 2001, which we mentioned in the TV, House of Representatives passed a human cloning prohibition, Act H.R. 205, basically saying that we may not clone human beings. In August 2001, President Bush authorized federal funding for 60 existing stem cell lines. What that was is they had these stem cell lines, the embryos had already died, so in order to keep the political middle road, what he said was, these embryos have already died. If they want to use these stem cells to do research with federal funding, that's fine, but you may not procure new embryos to do that research under federal funding. November 2001, in Worcester, Massachusetts, 3 human embryos were created from single human cells. So, when this debate was going on, and we didn't know how President Bush was going to go, he had a conversation with Pope John Paul II at the time. And he said to President Bush, respect human life at all times. In defending the right to life, in law and through a vibrant culture of life, America can show the world the path to a truly humane future in which man remains the master, not the product of technology. I think that is a very profound statement, because if some humans are the product and some humans are the master, then when we go back to his persona, not everybody is treated with the same dignity. And who determines which one gets to be the master and which one gets to be the product? We've gone down this road in past times. We don't need to go back down it again. So, what are stem cells? Here, let me search my paper. Get my notes. Okay, there are non-specialized, undifferentiated, have the potential to become many different types of cells depending upon the signals received, like heart, liver, bone, muscle, nerve, and many others. And the benefit is they can be transferred to damaged part of the body, replacing bad cells with healthy cells. So in very simple layman's terms, you take cells that are replicate to the damaged cell you're trying to replace, and you replace them with these good cells. So the purpose of stem cells is to reproduce to a certain organ or neuron or nerve in order to replace the damaged part of your body. That could be after a heart attack, we have serious muscle damage. So these could be heart muscle stem cells to kind of build the muscles around the heart so the heart can work on its own again. It could be if you're quadriplegic or to develop nerve cells that you insert in the place of injury so they can then replace the damaged cells that happened during the impact. So this is what undifferentiated, meaning non-changed, non-specialized cells mean. We've worked with stem cells for decades. We have stem cells in our bone marrow, and people with blood cancers often get bone marrow transplants. These are stem cells that they're getting. These are fresh, undifferentiated cells that will in a healthy way reproduce, replacing the bad cells. There's 2 different types of cells. There's the embryonic stem cells, which is called non-adult, which we talked about a little bit, and then there's the adult stem cells. So, there are 4 main sources for non-adult or embryonic stem cells. surplus embryos from in vitro fertilization clinics. I mentioned that earlier. A lot of this technology started with IVF, the ability to procure an embryo outside the womb. And so, because the method originally wasn't as complete yet, they would often create 15, 16 embryos in the course of these treatments to see if they could find an embryo that would implant them in the woman's body. The sophistication of technology has gotten much better. However, IVF is so expensive that they still procure many embryos because they can't afford to keep going through these cycles. So as a result of that, we have a lot of excess embryos. And so there's three things you can do with them. Generally, they will go into what's kind of like a nitrogen tank. There are companies that store these embryos. These embryos are there so if the parents in future time want to go through another cycle of implantation, they have their embryos already in the nitrogen tanks. Another way is to discard them, just discard them. Third way is to use them for medical research, which is what our doctor talked about from STEM and the stem cell research industry. And there's actually a fourth way, and it's called Snowflakes, which is a Christian-based organization that adopts them. And so for infertile couples, if they want to have children and they want to go through the experience of giving birth, they can often adopt embryos. And the adoption program is exactly the same as if you were adopting a child that's been born. You have to have your portfolio. You have to go through all your testing. You have to be interviewed by the parents of the embryo. So you go through the same mechanism as you would with any child. The church has not taken a position on that. In fact, you could have the most brilliant ethicists go mano a mano against each other on this issue. The ethical issue on this is, the sin was already committed if now you want to adopt these embryos, you are giving them life. What could possibly be wrong with that? Then the argument to that is you're contributing to a methodology that is going to keep allowing for this to happen. And so generally, when I did my bioethics studies, it was the female ethicists the ones that adopted, and some of the male ethicists said, wait, we got to go hold on this. But anyway, so that's a big debate. But the reality is the Catholic Church is not responsible for fixing all of the unethical things that us humans do. At some point, they don't have the answers either. So because the church has not taken a statement on it, generally what that means is you use your own formed conscience when it comes to things like that. So anyway, so that's actually the fourth way you can use these surplus embryos. Okay, so let's continue with oh wait, I want to finish this. United donated eggs and sperm in a lab to create embryos for research purposes, so that's how you create the embryonic stem cells. And then there's somatic cell nuclear transfer, which is human cloning. I always say, remember the words somatic cell nuclear transfer. That's the only terminology you'll ever have to remember here, because they use that term all the time in debates, and no one knows it's cloning, but that's the definition of cloning. So if you don't remember anything else you're hearing today, remember somatic cell nuclear transfer. What it is you take a somatic cell, which is a cell in our body, like a skin cell, anything. You take the nucleus out, and then you take a human egg, you take the nucleus out of that, you implant that nucleus from your somatic cell into the egg, and then it goes to a stimulation process, and that's what creates a clone baby. Now, obviously, there's a lot more to it than that, but basically, that's what it takes. You take a somatic cell of any part of your body, take up the nucleus, implant it into the egg, and there you have a human cloned embryo with your DNA. You have your identical twin in your petri dish. It's that simple. Any somatic cells. Somatic cells are, there's somatic cells for gametes. Gametes are eggs, sperm, things of reproduction. Somatic cells are just any cell. How you could just go like this. Look at your one of your emails and pull it out. So any cell can do that. Okay, and then of course they also use cells from aborted fetuses. So we're going to continue for 5 more minutes with it. And you'll learn more about the cloning and stuff. What I'm giving you is mainly just so you hear the language, so when you hear it here, it's more familiar to you.
The human body is composed of hundreds of types of cells. Stem cells are unique in that they can repair damaged organs and rebuild vital tissues in the body. They accomplish this by multiplying and transforming into cells that are needed for repair.
Well, there are many different types of stem cells, but there are 2 main categories, adult or embryonic stem cells. An embryonic stem cell line begins with an embryo, and those embryos are usually donated by a couple who's gone through fertility treatment and has completed their family.
This fertility treatment is called in vitro fertilization, or IVF, which refers to the creation of fertilized embryos outside of a woman's womb.
We then grow those embryos out to what's called the blastocyst stage. The inner cells inside this embryo can be removed and can be plated out, cultured, and turned into a stem cell line.
The embryonic blastocyst can also be implanted into a woman's uterus to grow into a full-term child.
So in order to form embryonic stem cells, you must destroy the embryo. That's the only way that it can be done using those IVF embryos.
The other type of stem cells that researchers are working with are called adult stem cells.
By adult, we mean that they already exist in our body in different organ systems, and they're there to repair damage and aging to that body throughout our lifetime. And virtually every organ appears to have a stem cell compartment.
The main difference between the 2 types of stem cells is that the embryonic stem cells have the property that they can divide indefinitely. Adult stem cells can't do that. They'll be in the laboratory for a while and then they stop growing. The other property that the embryonic stem cells have that the adult stem cells don't is that they can turn into any tissue of the body, whereas adult stem cells turn into the tissue that they were derived from.
The ability to turn into any tissue of the body is called pluripotency, which makes the embryonic stem cell highly adaptable in fighting degenerative diseases. Despite its scientific progress, ethical concerns about embryonic stem cell research have been voiced by doctors, scientists, women's groups, and ethicists.
In embryonic stem cell research, what makes the controversy so intense is that a nascent human being, that is, an embryo at the 1-week stage, is being destroyed for its body parts, if you will, its stem cells. It is to use nascent human life as a corn crop ripe for the harvest.
Well, there probably as many definitions of human life as there are scientists. But one thing I'm absolutely convinced of is that an embryo in a dish is not a human life, and it's certainly not a person.
Well, I don't think that's a scientific statement. I think it is a human organismal life in the dish. And it's a common tool of rhetoric in political arguments to win by redefining the terms. I don't think either side should do that.
Well, the scientific definition of human life, I think within the context of what we're talking about is that human life begins at conception.
It's admittedly very tiny. It's admittedly in its earliest stages of development. And so the question is, does it have the moral worth that we assign to later stages of human development?
Fertility treatments are now so effective that the vast majority of time we have excess embryos. And the question is, what do we do with those embryos? Do we pick them up? Do we just throw them in the trash? Do we discard them? Or do we find something useful to do with them?
The issue isn't about leftover embryos. The issue is whether or not we can use human life instrumentally.
To those individuals who may have moral issues with human embryonic stem cell research, I would advise, I would plead education.
Although the value of human life and the issue of personhood are an ongoing concern in the debate over stem cell research, it would be limiting to reduce that debate to a pro-life versus pro-choice battle. The reality is that some doctors, scientists, and ethicists of both pro-life and pro-choice persuasions continue to be concerned about the consequences of stem cell research. One of those consequences is women's health.
How many of you find this stuff fascinating? Well, quite a few. It's, you see the debates, no one can agree with each other. These are medical doctor and PhDs combined. And so what they do is they use euphemisms to define what they're doing. Yeah?
I didn't quite get whether or not they said that the human embryo that's forming had to be killed in order to get the stem cell.
Right. If you think of the plasticist is right here. Oh, that's your plasticist. Okay, that's a human embryo. So if you want to do stem cell research on that plasticist, where is it? You need to kill the plasticist, kill the embryo, and pull out the cells. You can also take that plasticist and implant it in someone's womb.
Yes, but the question is the human embryo, the child itself. Does it have to die in order to get the stem cells out?
Absolutely, because you're taking that form of life and taking all the cells out. The embryo will form from the middle of that plasticist. Let me show you some of these things, and it'll make more sense.
But it's not possible that the infant can still live and extract the stem cells?
No, because you think about it as a human being very tiny, and you're taking everything but the outer layer out. And the reason why you're not taking the outer layer is that it actually becomes the placenta, which is an organ, which they don't need. What they need is the vibrant, juicy cells of the embryo, which is everything inside that blastocyst. So yeah, you have to destroy the embryo in order to use their stem cells. Absolutely. So if you look at this graph here, as early as right here. Okay, so as early as 12 hours after fertilization, you can see the two bundles of genetic material from which each parent. So you've got 23 chromosomes from one parent, 23 from the other. So now what you have there is fertilized egg with 46 chromosomes, which is very, very different than anything else in your family because we all have a different genetic composition. So that's day one. So on day one, like the one doctor said from Chalk Hospital, human life begins at conception. When you fuse the sperm and the egg and get 46 chromosomes. On day two, that one cell called a zygote has divided into two cells. And then they're identical to each other. Day two, each of the two cells divide, making 4 identical cells. Day three, each of the 4 cells divide, making 8 identical cells. Each cell is 1/8 the size of the original zygote. Day 4, the cells have divided several more times, are indistinct. And then fluids build up inside the ball of cells, make them look like a soccer ball, and then that's when you get your blastocyst. And that's where the doctors want the embryo stage to be at. Because that's when the cells are called totipotent cells, are at their most vibrant. Where think of it this way, the baby hasn't decided what he wants to be when he grows up yet. The cells haven't decided yet. Do I want to be a muscle cell, a nerve cell, a heart cell? They haven't gotten to that stage yet. This is the perfect time where the scientist wants to grab those cells because they're so undifferentiated. They haven't made up their mind yet. And so that concept is what's pushing embryonic stem cell research. So the outer layer of the blastocyst are distinct to become the placenta. The cells inside destined to become the fetus. Although that, you know the difference between fraternal and identical twins? So identical twins, it's one fertilized egg that splits. And fraternal twins, it's just like any other sibling, where two eggs fertilized. So it just happens to happen among pregnancies. So what you have with fraternal twins, you have two eggs that have been fertilized, you have two different placentas, you're now living in their own two different housing. Identical twins, they're doing more and more research with identical twins because what there really are is monozygotic twins. And so, because it's one egg, it's monozygotic. And they develop in different stages. So, when the split, I'm only telling you this because you might be interested. When the egg splits to become two, when the fertilized egg splits becomes two, it depends. It can happen in different stages. It can happen at the very beginning stage before it becomes a blastocyst, or sometimes it can happen when it has become a blastocyst. And it makes a difference in how the pregnancy is. It used to be a thought that if you had identical twins, you would have one placenta. But that's not the case. More often you have two placentas for identical twins. What matters is when that split happened. And so if you look at the blastocyst, and the outside is the placenta, if it splits there where it's connected to the uterine wall, and now it splits into two, you will have one placenta. That kind of makes sense, right? Yep. You've got the blastocyst, it splits into two, the baby's one placenta. What generally happens is the stages before that, before it becomes a blastocyst, where it splits. And in that case, you have two placentas. They used to think, if you're into pop culture, they used to think that the Olsen twins were fraternal twins. And it was so shocking because they looked so alike. But they thought they were fraternal twins because they had two placentas. But all that meant was that we had split before that stage. So, yeah, just in case you ever needed to know that, I thought I would share that information. Okay, the timeline of human development. Day 7 to 14, it plants into the uterine wall. 3 distinct layers begin to form, no more embryonic stem cells. Days 14 to 21, beginning of future nervous system. Days 21 to 24, beginning of future face, neck, and nose. Weeks 3 to 8, beginning of organ formation. Week 8 is now called a fetus. But basically, everything that's going to develop in that baby's body happens with the first month. That's why if you're young and you really want to get pregnant, you want to take your pre-vitamins before you get pregnant, because by the time you find out that you're pregnant, a lot of the growth has already taken place. And so again, that's important because again, the biggest information I'm going to get from this embryo is in that first stage. And this is off topic a little bit, but this is actually part of my thesis when I took that course. When you talk about conception versus pregnancy, there's always this debate versus the Plan B pill or the birth control pill in general. And you have the two arguments. One says it's abortifacient. The medical community says it's not. How could we be so at odds when we're talking about science? And what's really important to know is how, again, we define what life is. A scientist will define, because they have to, that human life starts at conception. Maybe not human personhood, but human life starts at conception. Pregnancy is defined when the blastocyst is connected to the uterine wall. So these types of birth controls or emergency pills, they will work on the inability for the blastocyst to connect to the uterine wall. So that's why the pro-life movement calls it abortifacient, because conception could have taken place already. Whereas the medical community will say, no, it's not a human life because the pregnancy hasn't hasn't happened yet. So when you hear these debates, there are reasons why these debates are happening. And it has to do with how you define what you're debating. In the church, to us, the soul, we believe is during conception. And so therefore, pre-implantation is when human life begins. But that's not how the regular world looks at it. So you can have these debates with people, and both sides truly believe they're right. And based on their identification of how they're identifying what life is, they are right. And so that's why you're having all these different issues regarding some of these topics that are so scientifically based that we shouldn't be having a debate on it at all. Maybe an ethical one, but certainly not a scientific one. But that's just a good example of how we define different ways, how we define life in different ways. Okay, so here's just the different stages we're going through. I'm just giving you a little bit of an example. If you look at number 23, the last one, it's not very good. That's between 50 and 60 days. Okay, so we're talking 2 months. Some people just find out they're pregnant in 2 months. But look at the development. The eyes, the ears are there. The toes are actually separated at that point. And as you notice, the head is always the biggest part of the baby because that's the brain function is telling the rest of the body to do its job. So there's in many ways, you think of the heart as a battery, but the brain is actually what's telling the baby how to form. That's why you always see the head originally bigger than everything else. And so all the organs have already been in place. I find it fascinating. Okay, here, I don't want to get too graphic with this, but basically, you've got the fertilized egg, and then you've got the blastocyst. Inside are the totipotent stem cells, which then turn into pluripotent stem cells. At that stage there, you can form a whole human being. If you implant this embryo into someone's womb, then you have a pregnancy. And otherwise, if you take those cells out, this clicker's not working well. If you take those purple cells out of the blastocyst, that's what they're using for embryonic stem cell research.
What's the difference between totipotent stem cells
and pluripotent?
Yeah.
That's a good question for Laura. Basically, a totipotent is they haven't differentiated at all. Once they become pluripotent, they have an idea where they're going to go.
Okay, just in a very general sense.
In general sense, yeah. Once they're multipotent, they become adult stem cells. They have to define what kind of cell they are going to be or are. So you can have multipotent cells in fetuses. Because once the embryo develops into a fetus, the baby's already been formed, now you're dealing with adult stem cells.
Right. Are they mining stem cells at the totipotent stage?
Yeah.
Or the pluripotent?
Both.
Oh.
Yeah. But she could tell you in more detail how that works. I just show this because the mouse looks like so upset. So just throw that in. Okay. Let me see where I am here. So now we're talking about the potential application for embryonic stem cells. Starting complex events that occur during human development. Scientists have always wanted to know how human life is developed. So right there, for them, this is a good research because they can figure out how human life develops. Test new drugs for the market in addition to animal testing. And then pluripotent cells are stimulated into specialized cells that can be transplanted into a person. They can divide indefinitely into any type of tissue. So think of it this way. I have an illness, and I would like stem cells that work for me. So again, we create this human embryo. Now, if they take the embryo from a nitrogen tank, that doesn't work for me because it's a different DNA in I. So then I'm going to reject it. So here comes the problem. This was big. There was a big debate in 2001. We would never clone. Well, you can't do embryonic stem cells without cloning because you can't put it in your body. I mean, the reason why even organ transplants, right? Or bone marrow transplants, things like that, they have to have blood banks that have thousands and thousands and thousands, millions of people throughout the world to get something similar to your match. So you can't just take an embryo out of a nitrogen tank and say, okay, I want to take those stem cells and make heart cells for me. No, so I have to have an embryo that has my DNA so I don't reject it. This is why the cloning process comes in. Because they need to clone the embryo in order to get into your body. Okay. Because you have immune system rejection in tumors. The tumors are called teratomas. And what it is it kind of makes sense that you've got these cells that are so fresh and new, and now you're manipulating them. But they are destined to grow fast because they're kind of turned into this big human being. So they're destined to grow. But once you start manipulating with them, things can go wrong. And so when they grow, they might grow out of sequence. And what's cancer? Cancer is the multiplication of cells that has lost its origin and is growing out of sync to what the body needs. And so very often in tests, they will find teratomas using embryonic stem cells. You see mice, you see many different things. And even any research they've tried to do on humans, because that's a real fear. That these cells, because they are so energized and so full of life, that they just keep going and go on. And then you have, this is where the cancers start. So that's a serious dilemma that they're dealing with. Adult stem cells exist in different organ systems. They are undifferentiated cells found in most adult tissue. So they're undifferentiated as well, but what you'll find in my heart are undifferentiated heart cells. And what you'll find in my liver will be undifferentiated liver cells. So they're within that component of that organ system. The role is to repair damaged cells throughout their stem cell department. Some of the areas adult stem cells are found: amniotic fluid, bone marrow, placenta. There are placenta companies. Have any of you heard of those? Or companies that save your cord, your umbilical cord. Yeah, I actually know a woman who pays every month to keep the umbilical cords alive.
Yeah, when I was in the Philippines, because I'm a midwife.
Okay.
Yeah, and I work in a government hospital. And there's a company which gets the placenta because they use it for the
makeup,
beautifying.
Yeah.
And
we're so big. We're using babies' placentas now.
Placentas, yes, they buy the placentas, you know.
Yeah, it's got all these fresh stem cells.
Yes, they will use it for this beautification program.
Right, but they're adult stem cells.
Yes,
yeah. So I mean, technically, it's probably expensive to use them, but it's ethically right because you're not hurting the embryo by doing this. You're just saving the material from the baby. So that's very interesting. Yeah.
Going back to the pluripotent cells, they can be stimulated to become anything in the human body, correct? And they have the ability to continuously reproduce themselves, correct? Yeah. If they've been stimulated, can they be stimulated to become multiple parts of the body or just one?
Oh, well, if you take a cell and you stimulate it to be a nerve cell, you wouldn't take that same cell to stimulate it to be something else.
You would not?
No, you would take another cell.
So it would continuously reproduce that nerve cell, for example.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, the idea behind it, I mean, think about us, again, this is very non-scientific because I'm not a scientist. Think of it as what we do with bone marrow transplants, right? We take bone marrow, belongs to somebody else, and we put in ours. So those cells take over where we're lacking. You know, it's the idea is to get rid. What they'll do is they'll thrash you with chemo and kill everything you have, and then they'll bring in good stuff, so it reproduces. Okay, so we can get it from umbilical cords, the brain, and fat cells. The topic can be so dry, you know, you have to. Anyway, so let me go back to the. And you know, when I put this together, I mean, now they can find cells in toenails. I mean, baby's teeth. I mean, they can find cells everywhere. We're all volunteering. They're actually, do you know where you get some really good cells, and you'll see this later, it's in the nose, are the olfactory cells right here. Well, it makes sense. Every time you blow your nose, you lose your cells, right? You lose your cells. So, not that we ladies would ever do that. But it has to recreate. So you're getting a lot of fresh cells coming from olfactory cells, and I'll show you a sample of who use them for them. Okay. So now, just to go back, we talked a little bit about where these cells come from, how they're developed, and things like that. The last part you watched on the DVD was, but this is not just a pro-choice, pro-life issue. Many women who are pro-choice are anti-embryonic stem cell research. So how can that be? So obviously there are other components to this debate that have nothing to do with the intrinsic value of the embryo. And so that's what we're going into now. This is the other reason why I like bioethics. It's the one area where you truly see the connection, the necessary connection between life and justice. And it's both. Because when it comes to stem cell research, you're dealing with the human person as the secular world sees them, and you're dealing with the life issue as Catholics see it. But they're walking hand in hand together. This is a truly life and dignity issue. And this will be a good example here.
Normally, a woman's ovaries release 1 or 2 eggs a month. In order to extract many eggs for in vitro fertilization, or IVF, doctors use what is known as ovarian hyperstimulation, injecting powerful fertility drugs into a woman's body to force it to produce a dozen or more eggs at a time. The eggs are then extracted from the uterus using a needle.
Nowhere in the world has anybody done any research on the aftermath of the drugs on women who've been donating, or often it's not donating, selling eggs across any of the countries that are involved in this kind of trade. They've become forgotten.
I'm actually just back from London, where I attended an international conference on natural cycle minimal stimulation in IVF. And for 2 days I listened to world-class fertility specialists, embryologists from all over the world talking about how dangerous the drugs are that they use on women for fertility treatments.
We don't know the long-term effects of taking these medications yet.
So in terms of, are there long-term studies on these drugs? No.
One of the dangerous conditions that doctors are becoming increasingly aware of is ovarian hyperstimulation syndrome, or OHSS.
So it's a syndrome, OHSS, that's the result of the ovary being kind of put into hyperdrive. It's producing a lot of eggs. And when you do that to a person's body, it also produces other changes in the body, which can actually, in some people, can have risk of death.
Ovarian hyperstimulation syndrome is a reality. I was the person who contacted the mother of a girl who died from it. It's a serious consideration, and if you go on to the websites of IVF clinics around the world, you'll find that it's acknowledged as a risk.
Well, the list of dangers for egg retrieval in women would include the OHSS, which would, in and of itself, put a woman at risk for pulmonary complications, fluid imbalances, stroke, death. Besides OHSS, there's also the risk of clotting issues that can occur from the drugs alone. You can also have, in the future, you can have adhesions, so you can have problems getting pregnant or difficulties in the future. And I think that in terms of the women who are considering voluntarily or even for money donating their eggs, they need to be aware that this is not a procedure that is done without risk. And one of those risks, unfortunately, is death.
One woman who was permanently damaged by using the IVF drug Lupron and barely escaped with her life is Kala Papademos.
At the end of my college career, I actually responded to an ad in the Stanford newspaper advertising $50,000 for an egg donor with certain criteria. The first drug they sent me is called Lupron, and its job basically is just to stop the donor's menstrual cycle. The person can carry the child. What was not
known was that I had a small benign tumor on the pituitary gland. So when I started taking that drug, I became very ill because basically that tumor had a catalyst and caused a major stroke. So I was paralyzed on my left side and legally dead, I think, twice or 3 times. And I found out the only use the FDA ever approved that drug for is men in end-stage prostate cancer who are dying, and it makes them feel a little bit better. And I'm not the first person who had this almost precise result after this medication, that there were 8 or 9 people before me. I was just the first woman. A general practitioner said at one point to my mother, the industry knew that this would happen sooner or later. They've just been rolling the dice and it fell on your daughter. It was worth the money for them. I mean, I can't have my own children now.
When a woman is infertile, she inherently has a higher risk of breast cancer, and she has a higher risk of ovarian cancer. And so when you look at studies of women who have taken these drugs, and it shows an increased risk of cancer, let's say, in some studies, you have to ask yourself, is that because she was infertile, or is that because she was taking the medications?
My daughter, Jessica Grace Wing, saw an ad offering quite a bit of money, and she did donate her eggs, in fact, 3 times altogether. And then she went on with her life, and 5 years later she was diagnosed with advanced colon cancer, and within 2 years she was dead. She already accomplished so much in her 29 years, and she could have, if she had had 3 times as long, I can only imagine what she would have done. We have her opera, we have classical music she's composed, and she's gone.
I think there is not an adequate informed consent. I've seen some informed consents where they will say, well, there may be a risk of cancer. Well, you need to say the studies have never been done to see whether there is a risk of cancer.
Informed consent means that you know the risks as well as the benefits. And we don't know the risks. The young women don't know the risks. I want an egg donor registry. I want follow-up of these egg donors so we know what the risks are, so that young egg donors can actually give informed consent and know what they're getting into.
The vast majority of biomedical researchers in this country identify embryonic stem cell research as the most promising source of treatments.
We saw the potential to cure the diseases that affect 100 million Americans.
Embryonic stem cell research could unlock the doors to treatments and cures to cancer, diabetes,
Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, multiple sclerosis,
and cancer. I could go on and on and on.
We have a scientific opportunity to treat and cure disease. We have a moral responsibility to support it.
In spite of its promised miracles, embryonic stem cell research has had very limited success in animal tests and has been plagued by several problems that have prevented it from clinical application to human beings.
The value of the embryonic stem cells is that they can form every cell in the body. They're called very potent. Of course, the disadvantage with them is that because they can do that, they can do it in a disorganized way and form teratomas or cancer-mold types of tissue that's completely disorganized.
One of the controversies about embryonic stem cell transplantations is immune rejection. And because the embryonic stem cells are not related to the person who's going to be receiving a transplant, undoubtedly there will be some immune rejection. And so it's possible that they will need to take immunosuppressive drugs in order to not reject that transplantation.
In spite of the ethical issues of destroying human life and the danger to women's health, as well as the scientific medical issues of cancer and tissue rejection, scientists remain intent on pursuing embryonic stem cell research. But there is a form of stem cell research that has avoided these ethical and scientific problems and provided help to suffering patients around the world. That research is adult stem cell research. Adult stem cells, also called somatic stem cells, were originally discovered in bone marrow as unique and somewhat rare cells that renew the blood and immune system and repair diseased and damaged tissue, like tiny cellular ambulances for the body. Since that time, scientists have discovered adult stem cells in many organs and tissue, including blood, muscles, skin, liver, brain, and even fat tissue.
These adult stem cells, the advantage is that they don't form territories. And they are very faithful to the compartment they come from. So a liver stem cell forms liver, muscle stem cell, muscle.
Well, there have been reports that some adult stem cells do have what's known as plasticity. That is, instead of dividing and becoming a liver, they might divide and become a muscle cell.
Adult stem cells are wonderful cell types. You can procure them from an adult. You don't have to use embryonic stem cells. There are advantages, but there are also disadvantages. These cells don't make every single cell in the body. Embryonic stem cells do. Adult stem cells usually can divide a handful of times, 1 becoming 2, 4, 8, 16, whereas embryonic stem cells can divide ad infinitum. They can make more tissue.
Adult stem cell research is having much greater success. They don't cause tumors, for example, as embryonic stem cells do. So they're now in early human trials for things like spinal cord injury. We have had paraplegics and quadriplegics have had healing restored in early human trials using adult stem cells. The fact of the matter is that adult stem cells have been used for decades to treat disease. Embryonic stem cells have not been used to treat disease at all, except in animal models. In that respect, adult stem cells win hands down.
With new discoveries, adult stem cell research continues to demonstrate promise for treating many diseases, including cancers, brain, ovarian, breast, and leukemia, autoimmune diseases like diabetes, other leading causes of death, such as heart disease, Parkinson's disease, and strokes. Adult stem cells have helped some children avoid a life of pain from sickle cell anemia. Others, with severe spinal cord injury, are learning to walk again.
But what you get from this kind of approach is a patient-specific cure. There's no middleman involved, and there's certainly no drug company that's going to get rich as a result of it. And I think a lot of the El Dorado in the stem cell world is to find some kind of product that they can sell, as opposed to a treatment that I do for you to cure you.
And curing is exactly the kind of possibility that adult stem cell research seems to be approaching.
In 1995, I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. Periodically, my exacerbations would become worse and worse as it went on. The time in the hospital became longer. The treatments became larger. I said to my neurologist, what happens if my body won't respond to the treatment? What do we do next? And he really couldn't answer me.
In 1994, I was diagnosed with severe refractory Crohn's disease. I took all conventional medications, prednisone, steroids. At 29, I basically became bedridden. I was on chronic pain management all of the time. I had an ileostomy, and that is a bag on my side for waste removal, and ended up in and out of a hyperbaric oxygen chamber with an open wound where my intestine had perforated. I was told that there was really no help for me whatsoever, and that there was nothing I could do, and that basically I was going to die.
I have a disease called scleroderma, and it's an autoimmune disease. It's known as the disease that turns people into stone. My skin was getting very tight all over my body. Raising my hands over my head would feel like my stomach was ripping because the skin was so tight, but then it started to harden my lungs. That's when I was told by my doctor that I had a 50-50 chance of surviving 5 years.
I was 15 when I was first diagnosed with lupus. By the age of 18, right before graduation, I had lost my kidney function. I was 20, almost 21, when I was pretty close to the end of my life.
The lupus had also deteriorated her heart. She had severe cardiomyopathy to the point where her heart was operating at 10% capacity. She was already dying from the disease, but another complication that she had was something that was eating away at her flesh, which caused an immense amount of pain. It starts as a bruise, and then it starts to eat away at the flesh to where it opens up, and it goes all the way down nearly towards the bone.
It was excruciating.
They didn't know how much time you had left, but they knew it wasn't very long, and they just wanted us to do our best to make you comfortable.
Till I died. We had all my friends and family come in, say goodbye. It was...
Karina had already made her funeral arrangements.
Yeah.
You would ask to be cremated.
20. Yeah, at 20.
Then I found out about adult stem cell transplant at Northwestern Hospital in Chicago. I would not be able to stand here today had I not had a stem cell transplant. I probably would not be here at all.
Having the stem cell transplant saved my life, and it gave me hope that I would be here in 5 years. Before this transplant, I really didn't have any hope. So I find a lot of the frustration I have is just a lack of education. People just don't know about it. Regular people don't know about it. Doctors don't know about it. I don't understand why it's not being shouted from the rooftops. I mean, amazing things are being done with your own stem cells.
At this point, stem cells were a very ethical and moral dilemma, and there was a big debate surrounding it and some issues and concerns. But after reading it and sharing it with some of the doctors, the idea wasn't that the stem cells came from embryonic stem cells, but they in fact came from Karina's stem cells. They were cleaned and purified to the point where the disease was stripped from the new stem cells and then reinfused back into her just like a blood transfusion.
So it was pretty much like rebooting a computer.
They do the adult stem cell, they reboot your immune system, and I've been MS-free now for 5 years. This July is my 5th year. I live a normal life, I coach hockey, I play racquetball, I golf. Everything is good. I cannot complain about anything in my life at this point. With medicine, it's tremendous. If I didn't do the stem cell transplant for my MS, who knows, I would probably be in a wheelchair today.
Really, it was against all odds. She made medical history and medical news. Her doctors were so amazed. And from the point of reinfusion, I'd say within 2 weeks, things started dramatically changing.
Hi, Uncle. I didn't want to forget you, and I love you too, and Boo and Jay, and Abba. But I love you too, Uncle. And I'm gonna get better for you guys too.
It saved my life. It gave me a second chance at life. And without this option, I would have never had that.
I think not only did it save her life, but she is completely normal today.
Yeah.
She's clinically normal. She's symptom-free. She's been able to resume a normal life and pick up right where she left off.
Adult stem cell research has provided benefits to human beings through clinical trials and treatments of over 70 diseases based on peer-reviewed published results with patients. Embryonic stem cell research, still in its infancy, has not yet resulted in human treatments. Only recently have biotech companies approached the FDA to begin the first human tests of therapies created with embryonic stem cells.
So all the questions that are out there now about whether adult is better, whether embryonic is better, I think these questions are going to be answered soon. They're going to be answered in the next 5 to 6 years. It's just a little unfair to take research that's been around for 40 years and compare it to research that's been around for 10 years.
The controversy over these two kinds of stem cell research may not be so simple as a matter of years, because another issue is behind the stem cell debate, bringing with it another set of questions and controversy. That issue is cloning.
How you doing?
stem cells, but they don't specify if it was adult or embryonic, and so I don't know.
Well, you know it's adult. It has to be adult because they're just now starting clinical trials. So anything you hear is adult right now.
And the news doesn't.
Because they haven't perfected the human cloning. And, you know, that doctor is a little, what's the word, ingenuous. I mean, he makes a couple comments. Women who are infertile have a capacity of getting cancer. I've never heard this. And even if that were the case, because maybe there's a pathology that's causing that infertility, which might also cause cancer, but the reality is the 2 women we saw were fertile. That's why they wanted their eggs, right? One died, the other one is handicapped. And so, and infertile now because of it. So, but yet we know that these fertility pills, I mean, it's been proven, any type of hormones like this that you pump up to a level that is higher than what you'd give a horse or a giraffe cannot be healthy for a human body. So that was ingenious. And then he made the other comment, well, we have these embryonic stem cells, and so we'll just give them immune suppressive drugs. Well, if anybody's had an organ transplant, immune suppressive drugs is not something you play with, because it does exactly that. It suppresses your immune system from everything else. So if you have another option to heal a body without using immune suppressive drugs, why would you not want to take that? Because obviously you have to weigh your risk and benefits. If I need a kidney or I'm going to die, then of course immune suppressive drugs would be something I'd welcome. But if I have research over here that can cure me, where I don't need anything, and research over here where I need to take these drugs, why would I do that? And again, he didn't even mention the human cloning at that point, because that's again a buzzword. So yeah, when you hear of all these different cures are going on, that's absolutely what it is. They're finding so many areas of cells and so many different techniques to derive them, adult stem cells. And you hear that later on, where you can actually reverse engineering completely and get them back to their pluripotent tendency. So we can now actually get adult cells and reverse engineer them to pluripotent cells. So,
are you saying cloning is required for embryonic cells?
What's required is that whatever you put in your body, we don't reject. So if you're taking embryonic stem cells, you either have to take immunosuppressive drugs, or you have to get embryonic stem cells that have your DNA. And one of the biggest problem why they haven't reached human critical trials is that they haven't figured out the cloning process perfectly yet. So that's what's holding it up. So when this doctor says, it's not fair. Yeah, well, that word. It's not fair that they're winning. You know? Well, part of the problem is the adult stem cell scientists don't need to deal with that whole thing of cloning. All they can do is focus on the actual cell itself and see where it goes. So anyway, so yeah, go ahead.
Now, therapies derived from adult stem cells, do they require other human beings to donate to the cells?
No, they get it for themselves. They're fresh. They take them off your body and they shove them back in. You know, basically, obviously, do a little bit more. But they're your own cells. Yeah. You cannot reject them. Which goes back to the beauty of God's design, His intelligent design in our bodies. He created cells in our bodies so we can manipulate them and make our disease cells better again. What an engineer this man of this being was.
Don't you sometimes donate bone marrow in some cases?
Yes. Right, absolutely. And again, what makes that possible is that we have blood banks with millions of people. But it's a problem getting a match. You know, I've actually been on the bone marrow for 20 years now, 25, and I've never been called up. So, but.
Why is treatments using stem cells aren't being used to treat like?
Well, a couple things. They actually are in research. There's research going on throughout our nation. Most of the research came from European countries and Latin American countries, all the countries where they banned embryonic stem cell research, that's where all the cures are coming from, because they just threw everything they had into adult stem cells. These are all clinical trials. You know, like that one young woman, she's a walking medical miracle, because they are still collecting the data to see how this could have worked so well. I actually contacted Jennifer Law, who created this video, because I knew of a person who was dying of lupus, and I don't know why he could not get accepted into one of these trials, which was very unfortunate. So I don't know what the criteria is to actually get into these, but the general criteria is you have nothing to lose. So if you have any chance of living a life, difficult life with drugs, then they won't take you, because they're really still in research with this. Now that's different from bone marrow and the things they've done with leukemia. They've done incredible things with leukemia, where they've just thrashed your body and everything out and then pumped new blood cells of your own back into it. And we have so many people who have survived this. So there's certain different types of stem cell research that has gone much further. I believe what was it? It was the Academy of Arthritis Research, something like that. They had found a way to trick the immune system, and what they found was, instead of, well, they're doing it for arthritis, but what they found was it was turning into a cure for diabetes. So suddenly they're like, we have this data, we have to share it. So then they went over to the diabetic organizations and said, we need to work with this. I mean, they've actually used stem cells from cadavers that have worked. So, I mean, we have cells, we're just a world full of cells. We just need to figure out how to really use them. And so there is a lot of research going on. But again, like you said, the media talks about stem cells. They don't differentiate what cells these are. So we all walk around thinking they have found cures. I had this very intelligent man, very educated man, argue with me 10 years ago that there were definitely cures using embryonic stem cells. And I just looked at him and go, where are you getting your data from? Google it. And that was 10 years ago. Everything he had heard had been adult, but he just associated it with embryonic. So, anyway, but then there's that other justice issue, where do you get your eggs from? And this is a serious issue, and that will be covered. That's why I like this DVD, it covers the whole thing, and you get to see the faces that this affects. Go ahead.
It's interesting to note that a number of years ago, the Vatican allocated a huge amount of money for stem cell research. But it was adult stem cell research, and it was done to prove the proponents of the embryonic stem cell community were wrong. And they've been very successful, and a lot of the funding for the ongoing research is still coming from the Vatican.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And then again, it's a lot of the countries where they can't do that other kind of research. A lot of the data comes from Germany, did incredible work with heart attacks. And then it was 5-6 years ago. And I hope someday I have the time to really dive in and find out how they've really grown over the last 5 years. Because it's like anything with medical, every 6 months there's a major change in it. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I think they even started their own biotech company, right?
Yeah, they did, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Okay, so you want to take a 5-minute break? You guys, by the way, are excellent. Because I know this is dry and I know it's hard. And again, just remember their objective is not to remember everything. It's to understand what the science is doing. We got to get through this before lunch.
Well, easy.
Can you hear me better? Can you hear me? Okay. That took it out a lot. Hey everybody, you want to go back to your chairs? factor, again, what the full his body looks like in, has helped hundreds of thousands of patients with new clinical uses expanding weekly. And that was years ago, it was expanding weekly. So we're doing this research all over the world. They are fresh, they have just been taken from your body. And when it comes to embryonic stem cells, pure stem cell research, none. So, okay, now that you're awake, we can move on. So the next subject is, again, which hasn't been brought up there yet, but will be. Wait, what? We're going to do this. I think I get too close to that. Is the human cloning. Again, we talked a lot about that already. In order to use embryonic stem cells, if you don't use suppressive drugs, you do have to look into human cloning because you want to get the same DNA as your body. So human cloning is somatic cell nuclear transfer, SCNT, and you will hear it, well, if you Google it, you'll get different definitions of it, but it's really what it is, which is a process through which the genetic material for a body cell is transplanted into an egg cell, allowing creation of an embryo without fertilizing an egg with the sperm. Dolly the sheep was created through this process. So again, you take one of your body cells, and you take the nucleus out, and you put it in an egg, and you're taking that nucleus out. Now that egg has your DNA, and then you put it through a process to stimulate it into turning it into an embryo. If that was not cloning, then the sheep Dolly could not be a cloned sheep, because they used somatic cell nuclear transfer precisely in order to clone Dolly. So when people say SCNT is not cloning, that is not an accurate statement, because you need to use SCNT in order to create something like you did with Dolly. And that was just the beginning of what they've been trying to do with animal cloning and what they're trying to do now with humans. So again, how we call things becomes very, very important. There are two different types of cloning applications. The process is the same. It's always somatic cell nuclear transfer. The first one's called therapeutic cloning. The second one is called reproductive cloning. Again, this is where people get confused, because you'll hear scientists say, oh no, we don't do cloning, we just do therapeutic cloning. Well, it's the same. The difference between therapeutic cloning and reproductive cloning is the therapeutic cloning, the embryo does not get inserted into a woman's womb. In reproductive cloning, it does. That's really different. You still have to clone the embryo that you're working with. So if the unification of the DNA from a somatic cell with an unfertilized egg does not create an embryo, then Dolly was not a sheep.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Probably.
That's fine.
In vitro fertilization, where does the cloning take place?
Well, when you're thinking of IVF, you're not really thinking of cloning. You're thinking of a fertility method. Okay, cloning takes place in a science lab right now. Infertilization is when you have an infertile couple who can't have children. They're having problems with fertility. It could be either a low sperm count, it could be there's a destruction in the fallopian tube and the egg can't travel through. It could be, issues like that, where the organs themselves are working well, but there's obstructions. So infertilization is when you take the egg from the mother and the sperm from the father, and you conceive them outside the womb. And then you create an embryo. And you generally create 5, 6, 7, 8 embryos, because you don't know how many you're going to take once you implant the embryo back into the uterine wall.
Okay, so the cloning takes place outside the womb.
Same like IVF, the cloning takes place outside the womb in the sense that you're creating an embryo from an egg and sperm outside the womb. Right. But I don't want people to think that when you do IVF you're doing cloning, because you're not. Yeah, right. I mean, these are children created in the image of God like everybody else. And so it's just the methodology of how it comes to be, how this child comes to be, is outside the womb. So cloning is you have to have that same process where you're taking an egg and a sperm and making an embryo. But with human cloning, that egg, what you'll do is you'll take the DNA off a body cell and put it into that egg. So when that egg and sperm unite, the egg has your DNA. So I could have an identical twin that's 50 years younger than me. Plus. So, anyway, does that make sense? Some of the methods are the same, but how you use that genetic material, where you get the genetic material from, and what you do with it are different. The applications are different. That's why I mentioned IVF at the very beginning. This is when the technology started to help fertile couples, and now because we have that fertility, this is now where we're going with it as well. So, okay, so with therapeutic and reproductive, both types of cloning require using the same or similar techniques, with the end result being different. And again, this is very important. You hear these debates and they talk about therapeutic and it's not reproductive, and people actually think there's a difference. But then if you don't see value in the embryo, then you would. Okay, therapeutic cloning. The cloned embryo is created for the purpose of developing stem cells with the recipient's DNA, eliminating the rejection factor. So, and again, this is where they're picking it up from the blastocyst stage. To prevent possible implantation, embryo must be destroyed after completion is useful. After it completes its usefulness, it needs to be destroyed, so you cannot ever implant it into another woman's womb. Reproductive cloning is creating a cloned human being for the purpose of live birth. Studies with animals indicate a death rate of 95 to 99%. So, you know, it's not an easy thing to do yet. They're still working with it. The moral implications: live birth cloning reduces people to mere commodities, to products manufactured according to the specifications of others. And you know, even though perhaps the intent with IVF was to help infertile couples, now we're seeing more and more, because we have so many embryos, that we're also doing genetic engineering and selective implantation. And actually, I was at home once, I was watching the movie Doctors. It was on like 11, all these different doctors. And I was just Googling, and I got my interest because there was going to be a doctor there talking about how he's involved with sex selection. And so again, this becomes very problematic because when you take the natural selection out of the equation and you start dealing with the selection of the parents, where the child is being created in the image of the parents and technician and not of God, you run down this slippery slope. If I only want to have one child, and it's important to my husband's family that the name continue on, then I'll make sure that if I implant, a male. And so you see, you know, in the scope of equality, male embryos always trump female embryos. That's just the way it works. And so you see this unequal balance suddenly, a natural balance of boys versus girls. I mean, so you're almost running into a slippery slope with this. What if you decide, what if parents want, you know, dark skin with blue eyes, you know, something like that. I mean, you know, this is where they can do this. And so, again, it takes away the value of every human being that is supposed to fit well in this world that God created. Because when we start selecting how our humans should look like and act like, we're taking away that whole natural process that God created in this environment. And we don't have the scientific knowledge to know the importance of that process. Why is it important that we are created a certain way and that we have all these unique differences between us? You know, I'm sure someday we'll figure out, well, that was a necessity for human life to continue, is that we all have certain differences that we complement each other with. Was that we decide just to create the ones that we think are suitable or more likable for this particular generation. If you look at fashions in the 20s and the Charleston movement and all that, and then you look at the which I kind of grew up in. And then he moved the punk rock stuff, and now he's got this. I mean, even this lipstick. There was a time when red lipstick was so popular. Now if you look at some of the people on TV, they're wearing a very beige, brown lipstick. Just the color of lipstick has changed of what we consider good looking over the last 10 years. So when we start manufacturing certain types of the way we should look, I mean, we're just running into this horrible slippery slope. So anyway, yes?
Could you explain again, what's the objective of therapeutic cloning?
The objective of therapeutic cloning is to use the cells for research so they can find cures. So they can find all kinds of information, but one is to find cures.
But they're actually creating an embryo by doing that.
They create the embryo by doing that, correct. Or they get embryos from the access of IVF. Or they get embryos by asking women to donate. And you'll hear more about that. So we're going to go back to the thing. Because it covers everything, this movie.
In June 1996, Dolly the sheep was the first mammal cloned by scientists in Scotland using somatic cell nuclear transfer, or SCNT.
Somatic cell nuclear transfer refers to taking a body cell and placing it into an egg that's had its genetic material removed. That egg is then able to take that cell back in time. It's able to take it back to an immature cell. And from that immature cell, you can create an embryo.
If it was ever to go into the uterus, there would be a chance that you could then clone the human from which it came. That is called human cloning, or reproductive cloning. That's illegal.
Reproductive cloning of humans is not only illegal, it raises serious ethical questions of social justice and personal conscience. Questions raised by some Hollywood movies as moral tales of warning. Would human clones be property? What rights would they have? You're clones. You're copies of people out here in the world. What? Clones? What? Copies? What are you talking about? Some hag trophy wife needs new skin for a facelift, or one of them gets sick and they need a new part, they take it from you. Frightening images of human beings stored for medical exploitation are often diverted by appeals to suffering and the promise of perfection of the human organism. But do the ends justify the means? And who defines perfection?
First, we may want to decide about gender. Have you given it any thought?
We would want Vincent as a brother, to play with.
Of course you would. Hello, Vincent. You have specified hazel eyes, dark hair, fair skin. I've taken the liberty of eradicating any potentially prejudicial conditions, premature baldness, myopia, alcoholism, addictive susceptibility, propensity for violence, obesity, etc.
We didn't want, diseases, yes, but...
Right. We were just wondering if it's good to just leave a few things to chance. We want to give your child the best possible start. Believe me, we have enough imperfection built in already. Your child isn't needing additional burdens.
Taking a page from another famous sci-fi scenario, some storytellers have even predicted the horror of cloning animal-human hybrids, splicing the genes of humans and animals together to create new species.
I don't see how any of this specious nonsense justifies these monstrous disfigurements.
Well, very simply, they represent a stage in the process, the eradication of destructive elements found in the human psyche.
The animal-human hybrids of Dr. Moreau may seem like distant science fiction, but a form of hybridization using human DNA in rabbits and cow's eggs has already been legalized in Britain.
The proponents of animal-human hybrids are giving us the same arguments that they offered for embryonic stem cell research. If we do this, we'll be able to do a lot of wonderful miracle cures as a result of it. When we expressed great horror about this, the answer to our great corals, or we won't allow them to develop past a certain stage. There's never a principle of you shouldn't do something in the first place.
These cinematic nightmares of a brave new world are not yet a reality. However, there is a growing debate over the moral equivalency of therapeutic cloning and reproductive cloning.
I think there's a dramatic ethical difference between doing reproductive cloning, which we know from animal studies frequently leads to abnormal animals, or if it were ever tried in humans, to abnormal humans, to a process that creates a stem cell line. In my mind, it's a much more ethical thing to do. It's certainly something that can be used for the greater good.
But what if the best good would be to carry this out to 6 weeks and take stem cells from a 6-week embryo, which would require implantation in a womb or a substitute therefore? Would the greater good justify that? Well, why not? If once you've accepted the premise, how about 6 months? And you see, that's the danger of going down that road of the greater human good, because if the general purpose is to find cures at whatever cost, or to use so-called non-persons, or people who are weak and suffering, or perhaps even dying, you can end up in a society that basically, not literally, but figuratively speaking, cannibalizes its own.
In America, only 6 states have banned all forms of human cloning, even though a recent Gallup poll shows that 87% of Americans in general consider it morally wrong. Because of this opposition to cloning by the majority of citizens, the biotech industry has pursued a political campaign of education and legislation. Opponents have described it as a campaign of deception. And the first deception they claim is the attempt by advocates to confuse the public by defining SCNT as something other than cloning.
Many people use therapeutic cloning and somatic cell nuclear transfer as synonymous terms, but they're actually not.
Cloning and SCNT are the same thing for the purposes that we're talking about right now. And that is creating a new cell line or a new individual from an existing cell line or an existing individual.
Therapeutic cloning refers to using a cloning procedure to make a stem cell line, whereas reproductive cloning refers to using a cloning procedure in order to create an entire new living organism.
But the procedure is the same. Therefore, all cloning or all SCNT should be considered reproductive, and then when the embryo is used for research, its organismal being, its life, is simply terminated at an early date. So I don't find that distinction a convincing differentiation. And furthermore, I really think it's not a good strategy for science to redefine terms in a way that obscures the reality of what's going on.
I always remind people, beware of euphemisms. And you'll see a lot of euphemisms when there's controversy, because people want to advance their position, their point of view. So we want to call things something other than what they really are, to tone it down, to make it sound like it's a wonderful, good thing that we're doing.
Even of language and inaccurate science. One such video on the internet is Regenerative Medicine, Pathways to Cure.
With SCNT, the nucleus containing the DNA would be removed from the patient's somatic cell, such as skin or blood cells. The nucleus containing the patient's DNA would then be transferred into an empty, unfertilized donor egg that has had the donor's nucleus and DNA removed. This manufactured cell mass containing the patient's DNA is stimulated to divide, and after about 5 days will produce stem cells.
The key word that was omitted in that clip was the word embryo. Somatic cell nuclear transfer does not create a manufactured cell mass. The President's Council on Bioethics made it very clear, but so did President Clinton's Bioethics Advisory Council admits that somatic cell nuclear transfer creates an embryo.
What is the difference between an embryo from a fertilized egg and the cell mass created by SCNT? With SCNT, the DNA comes from the patient's somatic cell, not the union of a sperm cell and an egg cell. Without certain developmental components that originate in the sperm, the genes necessary for fetal development do not properly express.
If the statements made in that clip were true, Dolly would never have been born. Dolly was created through somatic cell nuclear transfer. So that kind of deception by science, frankly, undermines science or corrupts science, because science is to tell us objective facts so that we can have the ability to engage in ethical analysis. What they're trying to do is play hide-the-ball.
Yes, these cells could theoretically have the potential, under very different circumstances, to develop into human beings. That potential is where their magic lies. But they are not, in and of themselves, human beings.
While scientists should know better regarding the scientific facts of stem cell research and cloning, celebrities may not, and the involvement of celebrities in promoting this same argument has created a difficult barrier to educating the public in the scientific and medical facts of the controversy over cloning human life. One of the most well-known cases of a celebrity involved in stem cell research and cloning was that of Christopher Reeve, loved and remembered for his movie role as Superman. Reeve, a man of heroic courage and spirit, had been paralyzed by a spinal injury and became an ardent promoter of embryonic stem cell research, making many appearances on national media. Because of his beloved celebrity status, those who questioned Reeve's claims would be stigmatized as uncompassionate, like a villain in a Superman movie.
You're a victim to another fatal weakness, your compassion. The death of others means more to you than your own.
Appearing on Charlie Rose, Reeve denied that therapeutic cloning was indeed the cloning of human life.
No, it's not. That's not what it is at all. That's not a. This is research cloning. This is cloning that does not create a human life, because a human life is creation. Created by the union of male and female. That doesn't happen in reality.
When Reeve testified before the Senate Subcommittee on Health, he maintained that SCNT did not create embryonic human life unless it was implanted in a womb.
The unfertilized eggs are going to be used for nucleus transplantation. Will never leave the laboratory, will never be implanted in a womb.
Implantation is not an act of cloning. Implantation is an act of implantation. To say that implanting a cloned embryo is cloning is as ridiculous as saying implanting a fertilized embryo is fertilization.
If the government forces scientists to attempt to make adult stem cells behave like embryonic stem cells, they might waste 5 years or more and fail. In the meantime, hundreds of thousands will have died.
At the time Reeve was speaking, in 2002, adult stem cell research had already accomplished more results towards saving lives in human trials than embryonic stem cell research. And 5 years later, embryonic stem cell research had failed to help a single human being.
Our government is supposed to do the greatest good for the greatest number of people.
The premise from the greater good argument is that early forms of human life can be used to rescue later forms of human life, based on the argument of suffering. Right now we're talking about taking stem cells from a 4 to 5 day old embryo. Why would we stop there by that argument? Why not go to the 16th day or the 22nd or the 3rd month? So what is your criteria for when you would stop such a project? And by the way, the argument from suffering, in other words, that we should use human life instrumentally to deal with the suffering of other lives, that argument has no bottom.
The shifting use of definitions and euphemisms in the cloning debate has not only been developed in the scientific and medical communities and been picked up by celebrities in pop culture, it has also been strategically used by lawmakers. California's Proposition 71 became an example that would be followed around the country.
Proposition 71 was voted on by California voters, passed with about 60% of the vote, and it earmarks $3 billion over 10 years for stem cell research, in particular for embryonic stem cell research.
And hence we have a $3 billion fund, unmatched anywhere in the world for stem cell research. That's going to put this country, certainly this state, at the forefront of this technology, the only technology in the world that has the capacity to treat every single human disease. It's no small trick.
Those who opposed Proposition 71 claimed that it was indeed a trick on the citizens of California. An overwhelming majority do not support human cloning. But Proposition 71 only prohibits human reproductive cloning, not therapeutic cloning. This means that the cloning of human beings is not allowed for the purpose of pregnancy, but is allowed for the purpose of harvesting the cells of live human embryos.
Many of the arguments against Proposition 71, against stem cell research in general, have fallen away with the education that the American public has gained over the last few years, certainly with the campaign for Proposition 71.
Now that more and more people have become educated, I meet a lot of people that say, I would never vote for that. I can't go back again.
The antagonism really came from ignorance in much of the case.
I think it came from genuine moral objection. And I think that that moral objection is reasonably grounded. Those who opposed embryo-destructive research, including that which was necessary to get the embryonic stem cell lines, believed that there should be an inviolability to the human organism from fertilization onwards, and that the continuity of life justified that position.
The result was that Missouri, Maryland, Illinois, and other states went to their voters to permit funding and conducting of embryonic stem.
Okay, so now you're completely confused? I mean, that's why I did the PowerPoint, because they're not even halfway agreeing with each other. They're completely opposing what a term means. This is not about your moral view or a philosophical view. They won't even agree on the term that's being used. And so you see in Prop 71, where they said this money would never go to cloning, but when you look at the actual initiative, it specifically says will not go to reproductive cloning. And the graph you saw on YouTube, how they falsely scientifically explain what stem cell really is. I mean, if it remained an unfertilized egg, like what's his name, Smith said, then Dolly could have never been a cloned sheep. So you see how the general public is completely confused, because just when we think we have a little bit of an understanding of what's going on, we're talking about two different things. So the reality is, cloning is under 71, but under California statute, you are not allowed to implant it into a woman's womb. That's basically the bottom line of that. So 71 is very important to us, California, because we are the capital of embryonic stem cell research in the nation, thanks to 71. So, okay, Prop 71. Do you remember Prop 71? Yes. I mean, it was like, this debate was going everywhere. So, in 2004, California voted to fund embryonic stem cell and human cloning research, which cost the taxpayer, after interest, $6 billion. Okay, what did that doctor say? He said $3 million. Okay, it hasn't been $3 million, it's been $6 billion. And that was actually in the initiative. Everybody could read that in the initiative. That's not something that we now looking back say, oh my gosh, it cost us more than $3 million. This was estimated because of the interest that it would cost them for the loan of the bond. So it cost interest $6 billion. The money was to be managed by the California Institute for Regenerative Medicine. Some of the funds go to UC campuses, but the largest single recipient is Stanford, a private university which has received more than $192 million. That's a lot of money. An independent citizens oversight committee was appointed by state politicians and members of advocacy groups and nursing bureaucrats that stand to benefit from it. As to date, there have been no cures. It is anticipated that California lawyers will be asked to refund them one more time. It's supposed to be in 2014, so they can begin clinical trials. So again, this is what the problem that Dr. Schiff had. When you do research, when you're a research doctor, you rely on grants. And to get grants, if she wasn't going to work on embryos, she couldn't get grants. And so it says here how our taxpayer money was feeding into the UC system. She's from UC Riverside. But again, she wasn't going to get any grants to do her research, which was actually incredible research on bone growth to help service military people who had lost limbs. She was recognized in the world for some of the research she was doing with that in nanotechnology, but she couldn't continue it because she would not work on embryos, human embryos. She worked on mice embryos, but she would not work on human embryos. And so, so we're actually losing out on a lot of research because we're restricting ourselves to a certain discipline. Anyway, now what CERB is saying is that we're so close to a cure, but we need another $3 million because now we want to go into clinical trials. Well, who doesn't want to go into clinical trials? That's when you've taken all your research and now you're actually finding some people with serious ailments who might be able to benefit from it. So we all love clinical trials, particularly when it's for someone else. We're not the subject of it. But nevertheless, who doesn't want to see that? So this is going to be what we're going to be hearing when they need more money. They're running out of money. So this is how distribution of Prop 71 funds went. Research 30%, interest 50%, indirect was 12, facilities was 5, administrative 3. 30% of all that $6 billion went to research. Okay, do you remember Governor Brown vetoing a bill regarding egg donation? This was last year. Basically what it was is and you're going to cover this here, in order to continue this work with embryonic stem cell research, you need eggs. That's just the reality. You need human female eggs. Where do you get them from? So we know that women can sell their eggs for fertility purposes, which is what you saw those students who had those problems with, parents, infertile parents, and sometimes they're not even infertile. Sometimes they just want a certain prodigy, want a certain type of children. They will go to campuses where what's the number one problem with those students? Is student loans. It's killing them. And if they ever go in some kind of medical field, they graduate $250,000 with student loans if they're lucky. It's only $250,000. What's the best way to pay this off? Sell your eggs for $60,000 a cycle. So depending on what school you come from and what your prodigy is, when they check your IQ and check how many freckles you have and check your whole genetic background, and you can go from $10,000 to over $100,000 a cycle to sell your eggs. So the closer you get to Stanford, Princeton, Harvard, the higher the cost for the eggs are. But you can go to almost every campus and you will find flyers. Dr. Schiff found flyers at UCR asking women to donate their eggs. And so they're asked to donate their eggs for fertility purposes. Our legislation came up with a bill and it passed the House and the Senate where women could donate their eggs for funding, for money, for research purposes. Now this was very frightening because when it comes to research purposes, you're talking about needing an awful lot of eggs. And this is where the justice issue of bioethics comes in. Where do you get them? What woman would put herself through all these cancer risks and all of these physical risks? I mean, not to get too graphic, but I don't know what size of an ovary is in a human being, but once you take these drugs, it grows because you've got an enormous amount of eggs on your ovary that's not normal to be dropping. Women are supposed to drop an egg a cycle. If you want fertile twins, there's more than one. But to take these drugs, you have to produce a lot of eggs. So you've got ovaries that are really heavy when you're taking this. So you can imagine walking around bending, just to get a little. So anyway, what kind of people, who will donate on a regular basis their eggs for research? Well, it's women who are desperate. And that's why Governor Brown vetoed it. Because he knew those women who would subject themselves to these horrible medical treatments without any informed consent, which is because we don't really know the serious side effects of it, was going to be the immigrant. The immigrant, the single mom, anybody who would do anything to get food on the table for their children. They're the ones would be the ones subject to this.
But by vetoing it, knowing Governor Brown to be pro-choice, isn't that in conflict with a woman's right to choose?
Well, yes. Yes, it is. Again,
a hypocritical.
Well, for him, it was a justice issue because of his love for the immigrant and for his love for the.
Woman's right to choose.
Well, that's why. Well, that's why the bill was written by 4 women, because they wanted it to look like pro-women. One of them even went up after the loss and said, I don't understand this. This was to help women with fertility. But the actual bill has something to do with fertility. That's why he vetoed it. Because we already have in law the right to sell our eggs for fertility. It's like they can't even say the truth after they've lost. So anyway, so he wrote, this was SB 926, not everything in life is for sale, nor should it be. A bill that would have allowed for the financial compensation of women to harvest their eggs for scientific research. Jerry Brown vetoed it in August 2013. In his letter, he stated, the questions raised here are not simple. They touch matters that are both personal and philosophical. The medical procedures of this kind, generally informed consent, is difficult because the long-term risks are not adequately known. Putting thousands of dollars on the table only compounds the problem. So yeah, I mean, I guess this is one benefit of having a governor who knows he's going to get elected no matter what. He chooses to his own tune. And so, yeah, he really upset the feminist, well, it's not feminist movement, well, feminists who want other women to go through this. But he really upset the apple cart when he did this. He got a lot of flack about it. And so we as a church thanked him for it because we figured he needed someone to have his back at that point. But he did it out of the love of the distraught, the immigrants, anybody who would use this as a form to help their family who didn't have to have any other means of income. And that's why he did it. Okay, so we're going to, I think we're going to finish the video now. And then I'll just continue. So you guys have been great. We're almost there. Do you have any questions?
You know, this whole issue has been a question for me for a very, very long time. The more information I'm exposed to, especially this, and I don't know what it is about this presentation that is bringing everything together, but it's becoming more and more apparent to me that the proponents of embryonic stem cells are downright lying, number one. Number two, most of what they say are just nothing more than empty platitudes designed to do simply one thing, create a new industry. And that would be the industry that is charged with creating the embryos from which the stem cells are harvested.
Right.
And so it becomes, it's not even an ethical or a moral issue. This is strictly motivated by economics.
Well, I think it's ego too.
And ego, yeah.
You know, I mean, we want to create a fountain of youth, right? You need to know how human beings. You see this through history. If you go last 2,000 years, you know, there's certain centuries we were more faith-based than others. We had the Enlightenment period, you know, in the empirical world, where knowledge and truth was based on scientific evidence. Anytime we get ahead of ourselves, we no longer need God, and we now find our truth through empirical evidence. And so the Enlightenment period was a good example of this. And again, here we are again, where we have scientists who have the possibility to be one up on God. They can actually create life on their own. You know that joke where the scientist is sitting on the beach and Jesus walks by? The scientist looks at him and goes, you know, I know you think you're hot stuff, but I can create an embryo, I can create a human life, I can do this. We don't really need you. And then he says to Jesus, I can take this sand and do incredible things out of it. And Jesus looks at him and says, yes, but you'll be back my sand. So, But again, it goes back to the thing, a scientist, not all, but in this particular movement, the capacity to be able to be one up on him is phenomenal. So
to create a new industry.
Right. Okay, so we're going to continue with this.
Cell research.
The Missouri Amendment 2 campaign was one of the most deceptive that I have ever experienced. It was an utter disrespect for democracy in that state. You had, and the media went right along. For example, rather than calling it embryonic stem cells, they called them early stem cells. They said somatic cell nuclear transfer wasn't cloning, and of course it is cloning. That's the science. They said that somatic cell nuclear transfer creates stem cells. Somatic cell nuclear transfer doesn't create stem cells. It creates an embryo that is developed to a blastocyst, which is a 1-week-old embryo, from which stem cells are taken by destroying the embryo. And what makes it worse is that the in-the-tank media just went right along, and it was almost like Amendment 2 forces were Fred Astaire and the media was Ginger Rogers. They led and the media followed.
Like a ripple effect, scientists, medical doctors, the media, celebrities, and politicians have all been influenced by the changing definitions and scientific misinformation of the cloning agenda. Perhaps these political battles may never be resolved. Yet there are also scientific and medical reasons why many are claiming that cloning is not a justifiable pursuit for reproduction or research. One of those reasons is the inefficiency of cloning.
In fact, I recall one study saying that as many as 100 eggs might be necessary to obtain one embryonic stem cell line, and that was published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. The number of eggs that would be required just to treat the, say, about 20 million people in the United States alone who have diabetes, and if you just use even 10 eggs per patient, you're talking about 200 million eggs. The numbers are just staggering.
So why do you need more eggs? It's because we need more stem cells. Humans are big, and there's lots of us. We need a lot of tissue.
Now I see a shift where all of a sudden we have money entering in terms of research, and we see young women being looked at as a market for eggs. A woman has become a walking ovary factory, egg factory.
There's a very ethical, sound way to do this, and that is to compensate people for the expenses that they incurred, but don't entice them. No one's going to make an extra $1,000, $10,000 from donating their tissue. We cover their expenses, but that's not an enticement.
Well, the last ad I saw in a campus newspaper was $100,000, and I can't imagine that the out-of-pocket expenses for an egg donor would be $100,000. Julia Derrick, who's written a book called The Confessions of a Serial Egg Donor, has been very candid and said, listen, whatever, girls are doing this for the money, and if you take the money out of it, they're not going to do it anymore. So whether we, again, euphemisms, change the language, well, we're not buying eggs, we're not paying for eggs. Well, there's money changing hands.
I find it particularly sad, the sense of the older, affluent woman in some societies is targeting the poorer, younger women in others and saying, I want your eggs, I want to use parts of your body because I want a child. So the older woman has got money, and so she can go and buy what she wants. It's just like another commodity.
They're going to go to the Congo. They're going to go to Bangladesh. They're going to go to Turkey. They're going to go to India and pay very destitute women a little amount of money, which to the women would be a lot, in order to get eggs so that they can do human cloning research.
I absolutely think the trading in human eggs is the newest form of human trafficking, because if you look at the heart of human trafficking is exploitation. It's power of one over somebody else. Somebody needs something from you, and they're going to exploit you to get it. Whether that be they need workers for their sweatshop, whether they need children for their pornography, industry, or whether they need human eggs to help people make babies or to help the cloning research.
And there will be casualties in the wake of such proposals or such activities. Broken bodies and ill health for very poor women. Biological colonialism is in many ways like the old colonialism, exploitation of the weakest by the strong.
There was a very expressive picture in an article in Nature last year which showed a female torso without a head and with her arms and legs, and all it showed was the ovaries of this woman, and the ovaries were represented as if it was a diamond mind. And I think that any woman who sees a picture like that should be absolutely horrified to feel that she's been reduced to such an impersonal state that all she is a mind to be harvested, and this issue of taking eggs under any cost.
Cloning continues to be plagued by some of the very same problems that shadow embryonic stem cell research. It necessitates impossibly large quantities of women's eggs, procured through methods that exploit women and endanger their health and lives. It results in the creation and destruction of human embryonic life, and it creates an unknown amount of tumors in the process. So with all these mitigating factors, what can be done? Is there a way out of the ethical and scientific quagmire that cloning and embryonic stem cell research has found itself trapped in? Recent discoveries have provided an alternative to many ethical and medical health issues involved in both embryonic stem cell research and cloning. In November 2007, researchers in Wisconsin and Japan created what they called induced pluripotent stem cells.
Induced pluripotency cells, or IPS cells, are adult cells that have certain genes switched on, and it appears to return them to an early state, almost like an embryonic stem cell, to a pluripotent state. At least that's the theory.
The embryonic stem cells are pluripotent, as we mentioned, compared to adult stem cells, which are multipotent. So the multipotent means they differentiate into cells in the organ compartment in which they're in, but not others. Pluripotent means you can form any type of tissue, any organ compartment.
You could take a person's skin cell and make an embryonic stem cell line out of it. This is hugely important because it generates for you your own, matched to you in every way, embryonic stem cell line, which can now be used to treat any disease you might have, with the exception of genetic diseases, that is, diseases that come from your own DNA.
There's a lot of hype around it. In every paper that comes out, there are more concerns about it. We don't even know what these cells are. We don't know if they're going to cause cancer when they're transplanted. We don't know if they can be transplanted. We need to continue to work with SCNT. We need to continue to work with IPS cells. And we need to find out what the value is for each of those two. And I think it may be that IPS cells are useful for some things and SCNT embryos are useful for other things.
One could argue that because of IPS cells, that derivation of new embryonic stem cell lines is obviated, is completely unnecessary.
I think it's premature to say any one type of stem cell is better than another. The long-term relative merit and value of different types of stem cells is going to take time. It's going to take further research.
The idea that we should do it all is kind of a fallback position, because many of the politicized scientists used to say, we need to focus on embryonic because they offer the only hope. That only hope thing has been busted wide open. So now they're saying, well, let's do it all. Well, that's a legitimate position if you think it's ethical to do it all. A lot of people don't.
IPS cells are not the only possible solution that research is coming up with to address the two competing values of scientific progress and moral concerns over human life.
A much better way forward would be to find a third option, one that met both the goals without violating anybody's moral conscience or scientific intentions. I propose a project called Altered Nuclear Transfer, also called A&T. And the way this project works is you start by altering the initial ingredients before joining the nucleus of the adult cell with the cytoplasm or soup of the egg, such that what is joined together has an insufficiency, not a deficiency in the living being, but an insufficiency and inadequacy such that it cannot assemble the basic molecular dynamics for producing an embryo. However, it is capable of producing that single lineage of cells which goes on to form what is in the natural embryo, the embryonic stem cells. So we can create exactly the same kinds of cells as embryonic stem cells through a process that does not involve a human embryo. So it sets the primacy of ethics and the promise of science together in a hopeful project for the future of medical science.
Several questions must be answered as we move ahead with the promise of stem cell research. The public needs to be better educated on the differences between adult stem cell research and embryonic stem cell research. While both forms are guided by regard for the alleviation of human suffering, embryonic stem cell research requires the destruction of living human embryos. Adult stem cell research does not. Embryonic stem cell research and human cloning require millions of eggs from women. But the harvesting of millions of eggs poses a dangerous threat to the health of these women. New breakthroughs such as altered nuclear transfer still require women's eggs to achieve its results. Yet adult stem cell research and induced pluripotent stem cells do not. And the latter may prove to satisfy the scientific demands of medical therapy while answering the ethical questions of social justice. Should we pursue all stem cell research options for the sake of scientific and medical progress?
Okay, we have to conclude because there's not much. But just to kind of clarify what you said very briefly, and then I just have a YouTube for you, for this young woman I can follow on YouTube. He talked about the iPS cells. And the church is actually really seriously looking into this. This is basically taking adult stem cells and reverse engineering, and we talked a little bit about it. So you can actually pull the pluripotent cells from that cell, and that they're no longer multipotent, but now actually the same type of cell you get from embryos, using a very ethical way because you're using your adult cells and you're not using human embryo. That's an area that scientists are really diving into because there's no ethical dilemmas back. Then the other one is the ANT, and again, that does not destroy an embryo because they don't use a fertilized egg, but they do use an egg, and so you still have that issue of justice where you go to get the millions of eggs from. So that's basically where it is. So you've got like 4 forms. You've got the embryonic stem cells, you've got the adult stem cells with the multipotent cells that have been in clinical trials now for several decades and have shown great successes, as we see. Those people you saw, those were all using adult cells. Since 2006, they've come up with a new technique called IPS, which is the reverse engineering of them, which is ethical. And then there's the 4th component, which is the ANT, which is the alternate nuclear transfer. Not using fertilized eggs, but still needing eggs. So that's basically where you are with the whole debate, because we have to eat. I'm just going to jump right into, I'm going to try to jump right into this. No, just be a second. This is a young woman who in high school was in a terrible accident. And so it's just a very, very short clip, if I can ever find it.
Being a quadriplegic is very, very hard. My car accident happened when Abel, my brother and I, were driving home from summer school. And we were driving in the fast lane of 281 going north here in San Antonio, and there was an oil spill in the road that we didn't see. And the oil got on all 4 of our tires, and we lost control of the car, and the car kind of swerved back and forth. We hit the concrete divider that separates the 2 highways. We hit that head on, going about 65 to 70 miles an hour. I remember I woke up, I was in the car, my head was laying on my shoulder, and like my ear was touching my shoulder. doctors told me that I would never walk again. I thought it all was a bad dream. When I was first injured, I didn't really want to do anything. I just wanted to lay in bed, and I guess in a sense I felt sorry for myself. From the very beginning, my parents started looking at, different alternatives for spinal cord injury, different therapies and stuff. Then we heard about a new cutting-edge procedure by a surgeon in Portugal named Dr. Carlos Lima. They took cells out of my olfactory mucosa and they cultured them somehow, and they put them, they opened up my injury site, they took out scar tissue, and they laid the cells in there and closed it back up. I think the thing that I noticed most from Dr. Lima's surgery was my feeling. Before I couldn't feel from here down, and now I feel all over. Just patchy. In some areas it's normal, in some areas it's kind of not. The more movement I get, the more, whenever I have a good day in training, I'm like, oh, I couldn't do that a week ago, or I do something new, like I move a foot or a toe or something like that. It's very inspiring, and it drives you to go forward. Now I'm able to stand, I walk, I do so many things that I just never thought before that I would ever do. I'm going to walk again. That's pretty, 4 words, it sums it up. My name is Laura Dominguez, and adult stem cells are going to help me walk again.
Anyway, I'd like to show that because this shows you the human aspect of what we're dealing with and the human suffering that goes with this phase. But again, she is so courageous because she has been out in the forefront with this. Dr. Lima has since passed away, but he was one of the first 10 years ago to take these olfactory cells in here and reproduce them into nerve cells. So he was able to take multipotent cells from the nose, which is a different compartment than the nerve, and still change them into nerve cells. Over 10 years ago, before they had the IPS or anything else, he was able to do that. And he had 3 women that he used as his prodigies. One of the requirements were that they had to be connected to one of the world's best rehab centers. And San Diego has one, and so that's where she did a while for rehab after she came back from Portugal. But again, this is, look at her. Even if, I don't know where she is today, but just from being paralyzed from the neck down, to having control of your bladder and things like that, to be able to use your hands, and now she's walking, sure with crutches, but she's walking. God knows where this is going to take her. And the more those nerve cells keep reproducing in that back of her spine, the more she's going to do. And of course, it was just tremendous hard work on her part. But again, it demonstrates how divine and sacred our bodies are. And when God chose to create us, He had in mind that this time would come when we would want to find the cures within ourselves. So the cures of our ailments in ourselves, that in itself is pretty sacred. So anyway, we got to close. The food's here, and you don't want to get too cold. You guys have been a wonderful, engaging audience. That makes it so much easier to talk about these things. If you have any questions, you can ask me during lunch, or you can ask me later, because we don't want to take any more time. So just remember the questions and ask me. You can also ask Dr. Schiff about any of this. If you want to do any research on any of this, want more information, I can try and help you where to go. So thank you very much. Who wants to say a prayer? Anybody want to say a prayer?
Okay, I'm here.
Okay. Thank you, Mary. Thank you. You guys are great.
So we're still in the Holy Presence of the Lord, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Yes, Lord God, we thank you, Lord, for warning that you have given us. We have learned a lot, Lord God, in this bioethics session and stem cells, Lord God, that Mary had talked about, Lord God. And we have learned about the positive and the negative sides of it. And we know that you have given us this session, Lord God, that we will be able to research on our own so that we will be able to know more about this subject, Lord God. And Lord, as we end this morning session, we would like to thank you for the food that we're going to partake. As we say our grace, bless us, O Lord, for this day that we shall receive from the bounty in Christ our Lord. Amen. Pray the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Is that the 6.5? 6 plus? Your phone?
Oh, the note 3.
Very briefly, just to get you oriented, it seems like there are no end to the controversial issues that we work on. But you chose this class and you chose this ministry, so there you have it. The church takes a somewhat different approach to the death penalty than it does to issues like abortion. The destruction of innocent human life is always an intrinsic evil. But the church takes a more nuanced approach to the death penalty in that John Paul's words in his Gospel of Life are pretty much capture the church of today's position on the death penalty. And in that, in the Gospel of Life, he talks about the fact that if a society is able to protect its members from people that would be dangerous and would commit crimes, then there should not be a need for the death penalty. We spoke at the very beginning last week about the idea that God does not choose death as a solution to something. And we have the case of the very first murderer, Cain, not just a murderer, but the murderer of his own brother, for no other reason than his jealousy of his brother Abel. And yet, even though God held Cain accountable, God punished Cain, and yet God adored Cain. God loved him and protected him with a mark so that no one else would harm him. That's a pretty powerful example. Now, John Paul is not saying that we should let people who commit crimes and commit evil run all over us and terrorize us and hurt us. He is saying if we are able to protect society, then we should not be using death as a solution. Now, I understand that can still be very controversial, and we're not actually going to solve this today. There are those who argue against capital punishment by saying that sometimes people who are innocent are convicted, and sometimes that happens. They say sometimes there is a prejudice against people because of their race or because of their poverty, and that results in them being less well served by the judicial system, so they're more likely to get convicted, they're more likely to get harsh punishments because of their lack of resources, their lack of support from family and friends and society, their lack of education, and that sometimes is the case. But I would take a more radical position and say that while these are decent arguments, in the end it really doesn't matter if someone is actually guilty of the most horrific crimes. They are still a child of God. They still have God's Spirit in them. That doesn't mean they have permission to do whatever they like. But when we say that human life is sacred, we have to recognize that that counts for every one of us, even when we sin. For some of us, it's easy to see the sacredness of human life in an innocent unborn child who has never committed any sin. For some of us, that's easy. For others in society, it's not easy. We all have a Thomas factor in us. We all have areas of blindness where we cannot see the good and the God in others. There are some people who have a great heart for the poor, but who have relatively nothing when it comes to unborn life, because it's life they can't see. It's somehow they don't understand how when they see someone who is homeless or someone who is starving, they understand. They understand that that's their brother or sister in Christ and they need to be there for them. And they would like to agitate that society would be there for the homeless and the poor. That's something that's that's plain to them. But at the same time, they might not be able to understand that it is not a good thing that abortion for any reason throughout 9 months of pregnancy be legal. They don't have a problem with that because the Thomas in them doesn't allow them to be able to see that unborn child and their value as a human being. And so for some of us, and of course you realize I'm talking about St. Thomas, one of Christ's very own apostles who didn't believe that the Lord was risen until he saw Christ right in front of him. For some of us, this may be the case with perpetrators of crime. It may be very much harder for us to see God in someone in prison or someone on trial than it is for us to see God in the womb. So we all have challenges with all the different, I mean, you saw some really remarkable things in the presentation this morning and this afternoon. We're going to be talking about other forms of the end of life. We're all going to have Thomas areas where it's hard for us to see God and God's will in those circumstances. I know in my own understanding of respect for human life, there have been vacuums where I just didn't understand why the church taught what it did and was blessed over that's why I have to be here for decades and decades, for me to finally get it, because I'm a slow student of the Lord's. All of a sudden understanding, my favorite phrase is, what does the church teach and why the heck does the church teach that? That's really what we're trying to do. And when we get the facts, the science, the reality, that helps an awful lot. I mean, there's a place for church teaching and for faith and all of that, but a lot of times, if we just knew the actual facts, that would help a lot. So we are going to do an exercise for the next hour. And what I need you to do is to separate into tables of exactly 6. Exactly 6, and I'm assuming that there'll be one table left that isn't exact, and we'll figure out what to do with you. But just as we did last week, if you could find people that you don't know particularly well, and I hope as the days go on, excuse me, that will become more and more difficult because you'll get to know each other, and that's a great blessing. I'm going to get water in a minute, but I might just be able to get through this right now. So find some folks that you don't know very well and sit in tables of exactly 6. I'm going to get a sip of water in a minute, but I'll tell you what we're going to do.
I don't know. I think are you full? Do you have
Oh, we, at one point, I don't know, we have folks coming back or?
Yeah, Donna's coming back.
Okay.
I don't know you very well, even after that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good job. I know you can do it. We could do this.
We can do one more right here.
Things are difficult for everybody. This is going to be an easy one. So no worries. All we're going to do is we're going to talk about death and dying. Very simple. So, and because we are ahead of schedule, you jump in if you have any questions. In January, we've been told by the California Catholic Conference there's going to be a piece of legislation which is going to initiate another round of physicians-assisted suicide. So it's really important that we understand what that means and also what the consequences of that is. Because again, we cannot win this on Catholic theology because no one cares. We have to win it on public policy and on what's best for the common good. So those are the ways we can only talk about this. Our communications director was told very clearly, you may only speak on this if you don't talk Catholic. He works for the church, you know. But it's right, the minute you're Catholic, it's over. And so, because everybody knows the Catholic stand, you can't kill yourself. So what's the point? So what we need to do is demonstrate articulately how this is going to affect future generations. And we have Europe to look at for that. Okay, so I'm going to do kind of what I'm going to have 3 YouTubes. Obviously, this is on everybody's thinking list because Brittany Maynard, which I'm sure you heard of, died November 2nd. And with that became the spokesperson for physician-assisted suicide, which is now going to be used for all types of marketing. One of the 5th largest marketing firms in the world has picked up her case and is using that case to promote physician-assisted suicide and in the state of California. So that's what we're up against. And again, we can only, prayer is of course our biggest tool. But we also need to be able to articulate ourselves. It's important for all of us. This affects all of us. The minute we get sick and end up in the hospital, this affects us. It doesn't matter what age we are. Okay, so physician-assisted suicide. Can you read that? Okay, that little thing here is Kevorkian for Congress. He's running for Congress. Dr. Kevorkian. You know who Dr. Kevorkian is, right? Yeah, he's the one I went to jail for showing in 60 minutes how to kill somebody. Okay, and it says, and I have a plan that will dramatically cut spending on Social Security. Of course, you see the old couple earning their lives. Okay, so here are kind of the terms that we deal with when we deal with end-of-life issues. Euthanasia, physician-assisted suicide, palliative care, and advanced directives. So what is euthanasia? Euthanasia literally means good death in Greek, which is funny that they use that, but I guess they figure dying with dignity is a good death under those terms. The act of bringing about the death of a hopelessly ill and suffering person in a relatively quick and painless way, either by putting the person to death through lethal injection, which is active, and actively doing something to kill that person, or withholding medical assistance from the person, which is passive. I'm going to pretend that person's not there and just let that person die. Which we see, you've heard the news on babies, late-term abortions where the babies have survived. We've heard the stories over and over again where the baby died in the laundry room because that would be a passive euthanasia. We're not going to save this baby, we probably can't, so we're just going to let it die. So, and also known as mercy killing. Physician-assisted suicide is a little different. Suicide of a terminally ill, chronically ill patient. So you don't even have to be terminally ill, you just have to be chronically ill. I mean, I have moderate asthma. I'm chronically ill. If that's what my chronic disease is, I'll take 2 more because I'm very lucky. I'm very blessed. Although I wouldn't have said that one ago. But the reality is, chronically ill can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. I know cancer patients who will die of their cancer that are somewhat symptom-free for 4, 5, 6 years because they're able to take chemo pills that is maintaining the cancer until one day it takes over. So, they would technically terminate. Okay, so patient by means of a self-administered lethal drug prescribed by a physician who has judged that patient mentally competent to make the request. Of course, that was Brittany Maynard. This is what they used for her. Palliative care is supported by all proper medical practitioners as well as all major religious traditions. It is a symptom management program that offers pain control and works with family members for the well-being and comfort of the patients. Palliative care is very important in Catholic health care because palliative care offers you the help and the dignity while you are succumbed by your disease. So, what's that? Palliative care would be in hospice, but you don't have to be in hospice to have palliative care. I mean, you can be anywhere. Pain management is a huge thing. We need to do a lot more science in pain management. Because there's a science to, and there's an art to pain management, and we deserve to have that kind of treatment. And then there's advanced care directives, a written statement of a person's wishes regarding medical treatment, often including a living will, made to ensure those wishes are carried out should the person be unable to communicate them to a doctor. Depending on the state, physician's suicide can be part of that. If you don't mind answering, no, you don't have to, but how many of you have an advance directive? So we're talking 5% in the room. You all need to get an advance directive. That's a priority for you. Because you need to know, you need to tell people what you want. We got advance directives when our kids were young for several reasons. My husband and I were the only Catholics except for my parents who were aging, and my mother's now deceased. But we were the only Catholics in his extended family, and any Catholics in my family were not in California. So when they were babies, even though they were surrounded by tons of love, it was important to us that they be raised Catholic. And that didn't mean just dropping them off at church on Sunday and then making sure they get picked up on time. So we had to get an advance directive because we needed to first give instructions how we wanted our life to end, what kind of treatment we wanted. And also we needed to also add in the living will where we wanted our children to go, how we wanted them to be raised and so forth. So advance directives are very, very important because it takes the pressure off your loved one. And in our case, if our kids had been 14 and 16 or 15 and 17, they would have known what we wanted because they were raised Catholic. But they wouldn't have had the authority to decide what we want. And they would have, so the next line of family members would have been the ones in California. And even though they're lovely, lovely people, we love them a lot, they're our family, they wouldn't quite understand what our wishes were, that our children understood, that wouldn't have had the authority to execute. So this is why, for all these reasons, advance directives are important. And like I said, it takes the pressure off your loved one because you have instructions of what they want, at least to some degree. In addition, we were instructed by our attorneys to write a love letter to our children because he thought it was important that they understood, that we understood that they would do everything they could to meet our wishes, but sometimes things that happen are God's will and not our will. And so we wrote them love letters of understanding. That, for instance, if they had suggested that I would put on more morphine and then pass away, that I took that into account when I said I want to have pain control, and that no matter what happens as a result of that, it's okay, because their intent was good, and that we love them for that. And so we put that in our thing too, because I get so many phone calls of people who are crying on the phone because they think they killed Grandma. When they didn't kill Grandma. morphine didn't kill grandma, their disease killed grandma. But they were given morphine in order to manage the pain. And in the process, it shortened their lifespan. So for all those reasons is what we did. Everybody's different, you don't have to do that, but you should have an advance directive and a conversation with your spouse, if nothing else. Because no one is ever prepared for that emergency room visit. All you're seeing is machines and you don't know what's going on. And the doctors are helpless because they don't know what to do. And so they either do too much or don't do enough. And so that's why we have to get that control back with us. Okay, so what's the debate? What's the debate with physicians-assisted suicide? So we'll start with, can you read that? Legalize physicians-assisted suicide, that's the iceberg, death and dignity. And then the top it says, sea captain is just a floating ice cube. Passengers who don't want to ice themselves can just stay in their cabin. So this is what public policy is about. This is my choice. If I want to kill myself, that's my right. But what you realize is if you're hitting the iceberg, it doesn't matter if you want to be part of the ice or not. You're going to go down with it. So, with that, I want to show you a couple clips. Because I'm really getting into these clips now. Okay.
Saturday, November 1st. Much as she was like. So it was November 2nd comes along and it passed. I hope my family is so proud of me and the choices they made.
Just 10 months earlier, on New Year's Day, Brittany was diagnosed with terminal brain cancer. She was told she might have 3 to 10 years to live, but by the spring, the cancer had reached stage 4. She was told she might only have 6 months. Doctors told Brittany her death would be prolonged and painful. So she decided that when the time came, she would take life-ending medication. She launched a public campaign to raise awareness of death with dignity laws. In an op-ed for CNN.com, she wrote, "I would not tell anyone else that he or she should choose death with dignity. My question is, who has the right to tell me that I don't deserve this choice?" Brittany married Dan Diaz in the fall of 2012, just months before her diagnosis. Best friends, Brittany and Dan met 5 years earlier.
It sounds so cliche, we take things one day at a time, but that's the only way to get through this.
I wanted him to be happy, so I wanted him to have a family. And I know that might sound weird, but there's no part of me that wants him to live out the rest of his life just missing his wife.
They bought a small yellow house in Oregon to live in one of 5 states that allow physician-assisted death. Brittany vowed to live her life to the fullest.
I still feel good enough, and I still have enough joy, and I still laugh and smile with my family and friends enough that it doesn't seem like the right time right now, but it will come because I feel myself getting sicker. It's happening each week.
In the months before her death, Brittany refused to slow down, climbing ice trails in Alaska, fulfilling a lifelong dream to see the Grand Canyon. Towards the end, Brittany had one more goal, to celebrate Dan's birthday on October 26th. 6 days later, she took a fatal dose of barbiturates, as prescribed by her doctor. Her obituary says she died at peace, and certainly at her own choice.
I will die upstairs in my bedroom that I share with my husband, with my mother and my husband by my side.
So here in this case, first of all, we have to sympathize with Brittany. She's 29. She had a master's degree in education. She was full of life. She taught kids in Nepal. She traveled to some of the most exotic places in the world. She did ice climbing. This is a woman who knew how to live. And so when we're talking about physician-assisted suicide, we first and foremost have to be very charitable about the topic itself. No one wants to die in a terrible disease, and no one wants terrible suffering when they're dying. And this is what she was facing. Our secular world thinks of her as very courageous because of what she did. And in many ways, she was very courageous for what she did. But it has consequences. And so, as we can all truly sympathize for what that family must have had to go through, to see this beautiful young woman just slowly deteriorate with her 2-3 seizures a day, knowing that it was just a matter of a week before she would lose all cognitive ability and so forth. You can easily sympathize with what she's been through. This is where our faith comes in our faith in God, in our faith in a higher passing. We believe in a form of redemptive suffering, that no pain is a wasted pain in the eyes of God, ever. We also believe that through palliative care, we deserve the best, utmost care, so we don't have to go through that type of suffering. So what I think the largest sorrow of Brittany doing this is she took away the dialogue of all the other options that were available to her that she didn't see. And there were so many other options available to her, because what the doctors portrayed what her death would be, you could talk to 5 other doctors and we could say, in this technology today, she wouldn't have had to die like that. We had things for her. I was Googling this stuff. I was getting doctors on YouTube all over the place saying, my patients don't die like this. I have these patients all the time. This is not how they die. And so I think one of the saddest things about her death is that so much of the dialogue got missed out. And now she's going to become a spokesperson for physicians resistant suicide. There's it's kind of sad. He's a seminarian, and he has the same tumor as Brittany. And he wrote a beautiful letter to Brittany, and it's absolutely beautiful. He also was in the military. I think he was in Iraq before he joined the priesthood. And the spokesperson for Richard said, too bad he became a seminarian, because of just being from the military, this would have worked really well for us, but now he's got that collar on him, and we can't use him. It's true. Anyway, I've got copies of that over there for you to read. It's a beautiful letter. I also want to share with you a response to Brittany that played by another woman with the same tumor.
No one in this country who isn't going through what you're going through can comprehend it fully. None of us can. I know you think Brittany was very brave, but you do disagree strongly with what she did.
Yes, I do. And first, I just want to say I'm grieving along with the whole country, I think, at Brittany's loss, and I want to send my sympathies to her family and friends. It must be a very hard time.
And I know it's important for you to have a chance to say that, because I know you do have a lot of admiration for her and the pain that she's gone through, and you understand it. But why do you think that she made the wrong choice when it came to choosing to end her life?
I can't judge Brittany. She is a strong woman from every report, and she had this in her plan. And so I don't want to judge her. I don't want to call into judgment the decision that she made. My concern is that having one person in Oregon in a very tragic situation laid out before the country and the world, actually, as an example of a common situation, that's not a good way to develop public policy. Brittany's situation, anytime someone has a terminal illness, it's tragic. And we feel for those people, but my concern is that as a society, can't we find better ways to care for people who are at the end of life? I don't want, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I know you had talked about this a bit, and you had said, maybe after November 1st, that the two of you could fight this as long as you could fight it together. And she wrote on CNN.com, I just wanted to quote what she wrote, give you a chance to share your thoughts about it. Brittany said, "I'm not suicidal. If I were, I would have consumed that medication long ago. I do not want to die, but I am dying, and I want to die on my own terms." And Maggie, of course, people can empathize with her because you know, we all have this desire to die while we're still the same person we've always been, while we still have all of our mental abilities, while those around us can still love us for the person that they knew. Something like a brain tumor can change that. Question you've ever had for yourself?
Well, yeah, I mean, the minute you get the diagnosis, just the word glioblastoma just scares the heck out of you, and you think, what am I going to become? But the cool thing in the process of this whole journey that I've been on, I've become something that I never imagined that I would become, not to my detriment, but I'm hoping that I'm becoming a richer, deeper, more appreciative person with compassion for other people, and I've been soaking up the love of my family and friends around me. And so there's lots to learn by tragedy and challenges. And my concern is that when we eliminate from our society all negativity and challenges, is that the best way for us as a society to help someone through a challenging time? Can't we find them good, compassionate care, good pain management that starts early in the cancer journey so that it's not just an afterthought at the end? Can't our policies reflect that in an already strained healthcare system? It's fragile right now. Our healthcare system is very fragile right now. We're working on it, but we have a long way to go. And I would love to see our energies devoted to finding compassionate ways to care for people so that they can squeeze out every minute of life that they can with their family and friends and not feel that they have to resort to taking their own life. That's an unfortunate choice. So I would love to have a good public policy discussion with accurate vocabulary. I know Brittany doesn't like the term, she didn't like the term suicide, but that's quite literally what she did. She took the pills herself, and so she took her own life, which is the definition of suicide. And I know that word has a lot of baggage, and we don't like that. But if we're going to have a public policy discussion about this, we need to use the same lexicon of vocabulary and talk about it in a way that's unbiased.
Maggie, it's beautiful how you describe how you feel, how to be more beautiful and richer existence. Incredible that you're able to share that. And we're going to be thinking of you as you fight this and hoping that you can overcome. Thank you.
Now, could she be your hero? Yes. I mean, and if you look at it, the maturity difference between her and Brittany, I mean, this is somebody that even just watching it, I was looking for information. She really touched me. And so if she were to die tomorrow, she had an impact in my life just by what we just did. This is our hero. And this should be the face of this debate. Because what she's saying is it's not just about me, and in the process, I'm becoming a better person. I mean, and we know that scripturally. We know that through history. So Mother Teresa always said, suffering are kisses from heaven. And again, in balance, they can be. Obviously, she would rather be alive. I wish her as much longevity as possible because, she's such a beautiful spokesperson. But again, she has accepted the suffering on her own terms too. Her terms are, I'm going to get as much out of life as I can. And I'm going to soak up my love that I have for my family and vice versa as long as I can. What a gift is she to our world. And so it's very coincidental, I saw them both, but it kind of says it all. I really don't have to say more after watching that. I mean, this is really what your debate is. Do you want to have full autonomy in yourself and just not worry how the consequences are going to be to others? Or do you want to be the real soldier? Right? This is the soldier of healthcare that we just saw there. So we'll continue with my topic. Okay, so there's your iceberg. So, public policy is a catch-all phrase used to describe the policies, laws, rules, incentives, disincentives, and punishments which government imposes on those living in its jurisdiction, the public. Public policy is crafted at all levels of government, local, state, and national, by elected and or appointed officials. Legislators are the county, state, and federal, constitutional officers, the state and federal, and bureaucrats at every level of government. Good public policy benefits the most at the least cost and inconvenience, demands personal accountability, and ensures protection of those that are vulnerable. So here are some examples. Food stamps is good public policy because individuals must demonstrate need, personal accountability, but both the hungry, the vulnerable, and the economy, the growers and retailers, benefit from it. So you have a system where you have benefactors from both sides. Child Protective Services is good public policy because you have parent guardians are scrutinized personal. It's all about personal accountability, thereby benefiting both the very young, the vulnerable, and society, particularly the next generation. This is bad public policy. Our new chair has formulated a strategy to reduce our long-term disability spending. He calls it euthanasia. It's the Department of Work and Pensions. So, but this is what bad public policy is. We're going to save money, we'll just get rid of them. And no one benefits from that. Okay, bad public policy benefits a small and or elite sector of society, heightens the danger to the poor or vulnerable, and or diminishes personal accountability. Examples of bad public policy: abortion on demand, which destroys the most vulnerable while allowing individuals to avoid personal accountability. Legalized assisted suicide, which allows elites the option to control the time and manner of their deaths, but which also creates financial incentives that place the poor and disabled at risk. And that's one of the big factors with assisted suicide. It's really for the elites, because the poor really don't have access to this. And so when we change policy to accommodate this type of legislation, then we're making the access to the poor even harder, and the palliative care to the poor even harder. So this is basically a few elite getting to choose when they want to die at the cost of the common good. In the church teaching, Catholic teaching is very clear in opposing physicians to suicide and euthanasia. In 1980, euthanasia is very prevalent in the Netherlands, in Belgium, and also now in England. And so we were like the instigators of this. And so the Vatican had to come up with a declaration on it. So intentionally causing one's own death is equally as wrong as murder. Suicide is often a refusal of love for self, the denial of a natural instinct to live, a flight from the duties of justice and charity owed to one's neighbor, to various communities, or to the whole of society. One of the main talking points in favor of physicians-assisted suicide is, I want to die the way I look. I don't want to die maimed. And as I start to deteriorate, my body changes. One of Brittany's areas that troubled her, and rightfully so. I mean, she was a young, beautiful woman in shape, climbed all these mountains, and then I'm sure it was the prednisone treatment she was on, started to gain weight. And so she didn't like what she was becoming. And if that was already bothering her, what was going to happen when her mental faculties were starting to deteriorate? And so some of it also was, I don't want my husband to see me like this, or my loved ones to see me like this. And again, this is where, and when you listen to her husband, he would have seen her any way she was. I mean, his love for her was so deep, I don't think it would have mattered at that point. But again, this becomes another issue of lack of humility in a way, where I want to look a certain way before I pass on. And again, we think that way because we're a part of our society, and our society doesn't value us if we don't look a certain way. Yeah.
Seems like a natural way of letting go of your body as well, right? It's a natural process. As you become more distant from your body, as you're not sort of anchored to this is who I am.
Exactly. I mean, that's what healthy aging is, right?
Yeah.
mean, you look at her and go, you know what, it's not important anymore.
Right.
So, yeah, absolutely. Some call it maturing. You know? I mean, that's the biggest struggle with Hollywood is that 60-year-old women need to look like 20-year-olds.
Right.
And it's just not healthy, and who wants that? So you're absolutely right, that's exactly what it is. Okay, gospel of life, everything we do, we always go back to the gospel of life. To concur with the intention of another person to commit suicide and to help in carrying it out through so-called assisted suicide means to cooperate in and at times to be the actual perpetrator of an injustice which can never be excused, even if it is requested. Because we're being taped, I won't say this, but I specifically asked somebody never to put me on their advance directive, because as a Catholic, I could never meet the requirements. And the person understood. And this was it. It's like, you know what, it's not going to happen. So she put her daughter on it. But there's nothing I can do about that. But I was not going to cooperate in that. We must begin with a commitment never to intentionally kill or collude in the killing of any innocent human life, no matter how broken, unformed, disabled, or desperate that life may seem. Euthanasia and assisted suicide are never acceptable acts of mercy. They always bravely exploit the suffering and desperate, extinguishing life in the name of the quality of life itself. And this is where we're really challenged in our faith to really respect everybody's life regardless of their quality. And again, this is where Hispanic and Asian communities have learned so much more, or haven't lost as much, I should probably say. I think we all had it at one time, but they haven't lost as much. Where taking care of your family, taking care of your elders, there's a wisdom that you get from that and a benefit the family has from that. I always tell my dad, as he lives with us, he's 81, I go, and he's blind, I go, the only reason you're here, Dad, and I take care of you is so my kids can see how they're supposed to do it. And you know, that's the bonus package I'm getting out of it. But the reality is, he's probably my best psychologist, right? My husband's tired of me crying when I come home from work, complaining about work, but my dad will still listen. So, he's all right. Okay, palliative care for the dying. Today's specialists in palliative care believe that if patients with life-threatening illness had access to the following, their suffering could be reduced sufficiently to eliminate the desire for hastened death. Careful assessment, optimal symptom control, and supportive care. Even when the desire persists, avenues other than euthanasia, such as suicide, are available to remedy suffering and avoid prolonged life against patient's wish. I want to show you just a little bit of a clip. It's actually from Spain. Usually things are in English and then you have the Spanish subtitles. This one's in Spanish and they do it with the English voice. But they have a great palliative care program in Spain. England actually is the first to invent the hospice. So it was kind of interesting because England has these euthanasia laws. So I don't know. But that's what it is. But I wanted to show you a little bit of this because I think it's pretty interesting. Because this is what we ought to expect for our healthcare system. We're not asking them for anything we can't provide us, and we should be able to provide us this. Okay. I might have to start it over again.
But aside, from making latex produces rich.
It is 3 to 4. What I'm going to do is, which I don't like doing, I'm going to try this. In the meantime, we'll go on while waiting for this to happen. It picks up the wrong sequence when I try to go to chapter 7, which I'm supposed to be at. So we'll just continue while waiting. Or we'll just wait.
Busy
the advertisements tell the truth, isn't it?
Sorry about this. I don't know why. It worked earlier. I tested it before we started. Okay, so we did palliative care. Okay, so let me talk to them real briefly about the principle of double effect, and then afterwards, before you leave, I'll show the movie. Have you ever heard of the principle of double effect? This is something that we use in healthcare. It's really important. It has to do with outcome and intent. And so when you look at advanced directives, when you look at your instructions on how you should do things, principle of double effect is a very ethical term that people use to assess situations. It's based on an action that is good in itself that has two effects: an intended and otherwise not reasonable attainable good effect, and an unintended yet foreseen evil effect. Can be listed when the conditions of the principle of double effect are met. And there are four principles. So, the action itself must be good or indifferent. So your actual action, it has to be a good one. The action must not be intrinsically evil. In other words, the object of the act must be capable of being ordered to God and to the good of, well, that's not spelling, one's neighbor and oneself. The second one is, the good effect cannot be obtained through the bad effect, because then the end will justify the means. The foreseen beneficial effects must not be achieved by means for the foreseen harmful effects. There must be a proportion between the good and the bad effects brought about. The foreseen beneficial effects must be equal to or greater than the foreseen harmful effects, which is the extraordinary versus ordinary care. Is really what that is. I'll explain all this. The intention of the subject must be directed towards the good effect and merely tolerate the bad effect. That is, the direct intention of the agent must be to achieve the beneficial effects and to avoid the foreseen harmful effects as far as possible. That is, one must only indirectly intend the harm. Okay, those are a lot of fancy words. Basically what this has to do with ordinary and extraordinary care. Ordinary care is in general hydration and nutrition. And St. John Paul very much showed us this when he was dying. The importance of him not wanting extraordinary care, but still staying hydrated and nutritioned so he would die at the end of his life. And so ordinary care is, except for very specific situations where even hydration or nutrition can cause more pain and suffering. And sometimes you see that with AIDS patients where the whole body's been rotted, and so they really can't take on anything. And so then it's the healthcare provider's job to make their life as comfortable as possible. But in general, hydration and nutrition are always considered ordinary care. Extraordinary care or disproportionate care varies from person to person. And it varies on your economic stature, you know, whether you're living in a farm someplace in Mexico, for instance, where you have no access to health care, and to try and get that patient to someplace else would have such horrific harm on the patient or the family members. That would be considered disappropriate care. If what you're trying to intend will not give you the outcome that you're expecting. So these would all be considered disappropriate care. I'll give you a good example, and I'm not going to judge whether it was proportionate or disproportionate. I don't think anybody can judge this. But I know a person who told me when their wife was dying, well, they didn't know she was dying. She came down with cancer. She had had cancer in the past, and she beat it each time. She came down with cancer again. This time the doctor told her, you're not going to fight this one. You fought the other two, but you're not going to fight this one. This one's going to take you. And so she went home to her family and said, I don't want any treatment. I'm going to die. I don't want any treatment. For her, any treatment would have been extraordinary, because they figured she had done it so many times, she's going to beat it one more time. But she knew this wasn't one of those cases. So she died 2 years later. After her death, the family calendared how many good days she had during those 2 years of that treatment. And they figured out that had she had not had any treatment at all, she would have had more good days than she did with the treatment. So, call it what you want, but this is an area, a gray area, where you can go either way. You know, chances are maybe she would have beaten him one more time, but in her heart she knew she didn't. So she went through what she considered this extraordinary treatment for her family when she knew it would not help her. So when you're dealing with the principle of double effect, morphine is a classic example, where you give the intent of giving morphine is not to cause harm, it's not to do something that's intrinsically evil. You're doing it because the intent itself, the action itself is a good action. Because the action is to help dismiss the pain. So it's a good action. But we know that sometimes too much morphine will shorten someone's life. So the intent is to let the patient remain with managed pain control, giving that patient back his dignity, with the knowledge that no matter how good my intent is, my outcome might be something I'm not expecting. That's the principle of double effect, where your outcome was not a good outcome, but your intent was a good one. And so the ethics of the church say, this is permissible, this is licit. Another example is St. Gianni is a good example for this. You're pregnant, and you find out you have a tumor in your uterus. Okay, that falls under the principle of double effect. No, you can't go and have yourself an abortion, because to have an abortion, your intent is to kill the baby. Even though your intent to kill the baby is to save the mother, the actual act of the abortion is an intent to kill the baby in order to save the mother. So it's a reverse. So that's not licit. Then the doctor decides to remove the uterus, or to remove the tumor, or to remove the uterus to save the mother. That doctor knows the baby's going to die. But the intent is not to kill the baby. The intent is to save the mother. And so one expectation has to be at least as equal as the other. So the goal would be, in God's will, the baby will still survive in an incubator, even though the doctor knows chances are this baby's not going to survive. For Dr. Gianni, this was not a good solution for her. She decided to save the baby, and died. And she's now a saint. And she's a saint for, actually she's a patron saint for infertility of all things. So that was kind of interesting. But nevertheless, see how you can, how intent plays such a huge role when it comes to medicine? Because again, no one's saying that one life is more valuable than the other. The baby's life is not more valuable than the mother's life. They're equally valuable. The doctor wants to save both. But in the process, one dies. That's very different than intending to take one life to save the other. And so you can go through all these different scenarios, and this is what you'll see. That's what the principle of double effect is. It plays in our courts. Meditative murder versus homicide. What's the other one? Manslaughter. Was my intent to kill somebody? An example would be, let's say you've got a 21-year-old. She's not used to drinking. She goes out with her friends. She has 2 beers, whatever. Doesn't realize she doesn't know how to drink. She has not used to drinking. She has the body type that can't handle alcohol well. She gets in the car and she kills somebody. Okay, that's manslaughter. Okay, So was her intent to kill someone? No. Should she have known better? Probably, but she had never been in that position before where she could gauge her alcohol. So even though the outcome was horrific, her intent wasn't to get in the car and see if she could get away with drunk driving. It didn't occur to her that this would be a problem. Now you have the guy, female, every Friday night gets buzzed. Everybody knows it. Friday night, we're off getting buzzed. So they drive back to their local bar, getting buzzed. And this person knows on Thursday I'm going to go get drunk on Friday. And I need to drive home. So during the sober state of this person, that person knows they're going to go to the bar and get drunk. They need to drive home. Now they're at the bar and they're drunk. They have lost their ability for common sense. So one could argue they don't know what they're doing. They're drunk. But the intent was to go to that bar to get drunk, and the knowledge on Thursday when they were coherent was that I'm going to drive home. The courts could argue that this is premeditated murder because they knew at one point this is going to go south. How often can you get drunk on a Friday and drive home and think you're going to get away with it? He should have known better, or she should have known better. So the intent changes with the laws. If someone breaks into your house, you kill somebody, your intent is to save your life, not to kill that person. But if you go out on a shooting spree, then your intent is just to kill somebody. So again, our social justice system, our court system is all based on the principle of double effect. Just so you know. Okay. And somehow I lost my little clicker. Oh, there it is. I wish I knew what it means. It's not working. So in the case of euthanasia, the act itself is bad. The direct, even well-meant intention is the death of the patient, and the patient's pain is relieved directly by causing his or her death. No reason can be good enough to outright directly take an innocent person's life. So you see how the principle of double effect doesn't make it with this one. Because the act itself is bad, just like the abortion itself is the act to kill. The direct, even if it's well-meant, intention is the death of the patient. The intent is not to stop the pain, like with morphine. The intent is to kill the patient so they don't have pain. The patient's pain is relieved directly by causing his or her death. And no reason can be good enough to outweigh directly take the innocent person's life. So with end-of-life issues, there's modern advances in medicine, technology which can greatly prolong life, institutionalization of death and dying, and our current rights of culture. These are all issues that come up with end of life. I have a right, my culture tells me I have a right to do whatever I want. And based on recent studies, most physicians practicing today have received a request for physician suicide for euthanasia. I want to show you a YouTube clip. I know this will work. In Massachusetts, they almost passed physician suicide last year. And so the Catholic Church put millions of dollars into campaigning for this. And they won. But the biggest reason why they won is Senator Edward Kennedy, who was an icon in Massachusetts, had just died. His wife wrote an op-ed in the Bostonian Globe, or whatever it's called, and she wrote the bills that would have not passed, that were very close to the Massachusetts people, had he taken his life before he signed off on them. And he had a brain tumor. And so even with his brain tumor, he was able to still vote on certain bills that the advocates for euthanasia or assisted suicide wanted. And when they realized they would have lost all those bills, if he had done exactly what we think everybody should do, they would have gotten those bills passed. And that was the key, Senator Edwards' wife, the key to not passing assisted suicide in Massachusetts. So I would say God will take it any way we can get it, you know? We don't need to figure out how we're going to win these things. You just have to help us do it for us. Okay, so we're going to go into this one. And I got to change the timing.
It's very common among my older veteran patients, for example, my older male patients,
that after their wife has died and they're no longer able.
Geriatric oncologist, Dr. Jane Driver, in her home, she speaks to us from her perspective in the medical profession on this issue.
My name is Jane Driver, and I'm a physician here in Boston. I do research trying to improve care for the elderly with cancer, and I also see patients who have cancer or Alzheimer's disease. I'm a geriatric oncologist. The focus of my career is try to improve care for older patients with cancer. I've had a lot of experience with people asking for physician-assisted suicide, either kind of in passing or overtly. And I have to say it's very common among my older veteran patients, for example, my older male patients, that after their wife has died and they're no longer able, to work, and they get older and have more limitations, they start to feel life isn't worth living. And I remember specifically one man who had an incredible crisis where he felt he couldn't go on. He wanted to, his life to end in that moment. I responded by asking him what's wrong. I elicited that he was very depressed, that he had a lot of symptoms. And we addressed those, and I also pulled his family into it and helped them understand the crisis he was in. And so I helped him with medications. His family helped him with more, they circled, got everyone together and circled around him. And the beautiful thing was not more than 3 or 4 months after that conversation where he wanted to die, he was dancing with his granddaughter at her wedding. And was so happy that he had that time with her, and then went on to live another year, and really lived out his life in a very happy way and had a very happy death, surrounded by his loved ones, very comfortable. When the possibility of assisted suicide is there, and not only is it there, but it's been condoned by society and perhaps the medical establishment, it's very tempting for people in that crisis. And people can forget that those moments are a crisis, and there's something that can be passed through. And there are many wonderful moments that can come after passing through that crisis. So it's a temptation, and also I'm afraid for some people they will feel pressure to take that option. Because again, people can start to see themselves very much as a burden, and in fact others around them can see them as a burden. If you say that suicide is okay in this situation of being at the end of life, what is there to say that it's not okay in any other situation? It gets very difficult to draw those lines, and in fact, it changes public opinion so that in Washington State, I believe, you have higher rates of suicide overall in the population. I think it's important to look back in history and see other societies that have decided to embrace assisted suicide or even euthanasia, involuntary euthanasia, as a society. And that happened in pre-World War II Germany, long before Hitler came to power. There was legislation passed condoning physician-assisted suicide, and then later condoning the involuntary euthanasia of people, for example, handicapped people or people that otherwise were not considered to have lives worth living. Whenever a society decides that there's such a thing as a life worth living, then an incredibly important line has been crossed. Because where do you stop when you start saying that there are lives not worth living, not worth caring for, not worth helping? I think it's important to realize that for around 2,000 years, the medical profession has embraced the concept of do no harm. And it's very hard for me as a physician to understand how I'm doing no harm if I would ever prescribe a life-ending dose of medication. And that's because the goal of that medication is not to help the patient. The goal is to end their life, plain and simple. And as a physician, I could never, embrace that as part of my responsibility. And I think it ultimately would undermine the role of the physician in caring for the patient. There's actually a specific case of a woman who had been through her first line of chemotherapy and perhaps her second, and then was looking for the next treatment, which had been offered to her. She got a letter from her insurance company saying that they would not pay for that treatment, but in fact, if she would be interested, they would pay for an assisted suicide benefit. So obviously that was devastating to her. One of the things that I particularly don't like about the legislation as a physician is that it requires doctors to falsify the cause of death. So if there were a patient who, let's say 3 or 4 months before she was going to die of lung cancer, let's say, decided to end her life, and she went through this process of physician-assisted suicide, that requires of the doctor to say that she died not of suicide, but of cancer. So to me, that's a very, very strange thing to be asked to actually lie and falsify the cause of death. My professional society is the Massachusetts Medical Society, and it came out against the referendum. And I think many other professional organizations, healthcare organizations, have a similar concern. Whether or not people themselves personally are against the idea of assisted suicide, they're against the fact that this is not the way to go about it. A referendum with a soundbite campaign where people pass something that sounds good, but actually if you read it, it's very confusing and fraught with legal problems. Another concern is there's no provision that patients should go through a mental health evaluation before getting the medication to end their life. And that's obviously a concern. I mean, society as a whole is still against the idea of suicide. As a physician, if I have a suicidal patient in my office, I have to call and get them committed because they're a danger to themselves. So it just doesn't make sense that just because they're facing death in 6 months, or less, that we would then think completely differently about them. Diagnosis is not reliable. I can tell you that being a cancer doctor, they actually ask us to prognosticate and tell how long is this person going to live, and there are a lot of studies, and you can look them all up, and they show that we're generally very terrible about that, especially with diseases that aren't cancer, where it's even more difficult to tell. So if somebody tells you you have 6 months to live, it's a guess, and there are many cases of people who live much longer. In fact, there's one woman who testifies against assisted suicide who did have 6 months to live and was able to take advantage of an assisted suicide program in her state, decided not to, and now goes around speaking about how glad she is 11 years later. Once we had a medical student who was visiting from a country where physician-assisted suicide is legal, and also euthanasia. He came and visited our nursing home, and we have many people there who are very old. They might have Alzheimer's disease or some other disease. And he was visibly shaken. And then he came out afterwards, and my colleague who was with him asked him, what's wrong? Something wrong? And he said, he just was very shaken. He said, we don't have people this old in my country. And she didn't quite know how to understand that, how to process that. And then she realized that because assisted suicide and euthanasia are so available and become so commonplace, that this particular person had never seen someone of that age. So that's what I'm afraid we're moving towards if we as a society say that these things are okay. And I think, again, before we make a step like this, we should see what we have to learn from history and from other countries that currently have this legislation.
Thank you, Dr. Driver, for sharing it with us. So we heard from a doctor. Now we're going to hear from a lawyer. We've got attorney Mary Rowe with us.
I think that last statement was pretty prevalent. That intern had never seen old people before. And so you see this cognitive shift in Europe, in the Netherlands, in Belgium, in England, where the way they treat personhood has changed because it's just a standard thing now to euthanize when you've reached the end of your productive life. To the point now where they passed, I believe, in the Netherlands, and maybe in England, don't quote me on that, laws that would euthanize children as well. So anyway, there's a whole medical science there that will never be tapped in because the necessity has left. There's no need for it anymore. Fountain of Youth. In the 60s is in the 40s, and 80s is in the 60s. I think we should also medically move ahead and try to learn more about how to prolong the quality of life. But some of this is going to fall away because, so when you listen to that doctor and you listen to, I think her name was Maggie, with the brain tumor, the one thing they always say is to speak above themselves. They talk about public policy. How is this going to change the way we look at people and how we treat personhood? And how does this public policy affect other aspects of our life? And so, the doctor was very clear also on that. So this cannot just be conversation about my body and my right. We have to look at the greater common good. Does anybody have any questions? No? Okay.
Not so sure I understand by what Brittany meant by she wanted to die on her own terms. I think if anybody, if any of us were given a choice of how we would like to die, our terms would be go to bed someday and not wake up. It would be that simple.
Right.
And so my question to her would have been, what makes you feel so exceptional that you don't have to live and die a natural death, just like everyone else?
Well, I think what she was responding to that is, by what I'm doing, I'm opening up the door so you all can die the way I am. Keep in mind, she was covered with a big marketing firm. But what she's saying is, I didn't choose to get sick. I don't want to die. But I get to choose how I'm going to die. And so, she lives in a society where we choose what we want to do. I mean, she wanted to spare her mother and her husband this pain. She wanted to spare the pain of herself.
Well, see, I didn't take it that way. I thought it was very selfish that she did what she did.
If my daughter did that, I would be very upset.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah.
She didn't have any religious affiliations or nothing?
I don't know. I don't think so. You know, I mean, we can't, in the past, figure out what went on in her mind. She was scared to death of what this disease was going to do to her. So, and with, you know, like the other woman who's maybe 10, 15 years older, I mean, she has a sense of wisdom about her that maybe Brittany did not. So, I mean, certainly not for us to judge what she did, although she has put a serious weight on how this initiative in California is going to come up.
There's an undercurrent of being in control. She's in charge of herself. She's in charge of her situation. She's not dependent on anyone else. And the people that I've known who have felt this way put a high premium on, you make your own decisions. This is a decision you should make for yourself.
Right. Right, you're right. I mean,
see, it's you, the individual, you're in charge.
But we're a very individualistic society, right? I mean, you wouldn't see this in a more collective society.
Well, but see, people that don't believe in God want to believe in themselves.
Right. Right. Her body failed her. So that was it. And it's, but again, there are unintended consequences that came with that she never will know as a result of it. But you're right, it's my body, I get to choose what I want to do, what I want to do. I get to choose any life with it. It's growing in my body. Yeah, it's our own autonomy. And so, but then you run that risk where other people start choosing for you, thinking this is what you probably want. And then it's, you know, you have a bigger problem. Right.
Talking about Terry Schiavo case.
Oh, yeah.
That was a big...
right. That was a big conflict in the church, too.
the husband was the one who threw.
Well, it was her ex-husband.
It was already.
The ex-husband that wrote. Her parents wanted to keep her alive. All the parents asked for was nutrition. That's all they asked for. They didn't ask for any extraordinary things. Just nutrition. They were going to handle all the care. This was not going to be a burden to anybody's society. But the ex-husband who wanted to get life insurance, it's hard because then I'm not a physician. I don't know her state. I have nurses who I know are very polite say that she was deteriorating in a food, we call it tube. To have it in your body for as many years as she has is not good. It deteriorates your body. You can't live on a feeding tube forever. And she was reaching a point in her life where they need to remove it. So there are a lot of pro-life doctors and nurses will say that she needs to get a feeding tube. And maybe so. I mean, I don't know. But to not allow her a little speck of communion before she died and water, I mean, come on, now we're going way overboard. Right? So that makes it suspect for me. Just by that. All they asked for is that she give us a little tiny bit of communion, size of an embryo, before she died. And that wasn't available either. So again, then everything became suspect. But as far as her case itself, her family says that feeding tube was not hurting her, and that she was safe, without pain, and seemed to be content. And I think we need to also believe that her family probably knew her better than anybody. So that was just all across a really horrible situation, but it was devastating to her family. Her brother travels the country talking about it and the loss, because even in that stage, it gave her family so much love. And I saw the videos of her smiling. I mean, what do we really know about the capacity of the mind? We know that coma patients often hear when you're speaking to them. They can't respond, but they can hear it. So we really don't have the capacity to really understand what's going on. So yeah, it was very, but she also didn't have a advance directive. So that was good.
My question is about advance directive. I don't have one. I would like to know, I really wouldn't know what's put in there, how to word it. You know about like a website?
Yeah.
A responsible website.
Yeah, we got one, actually. I have one for everybody. We can hand them all out. Here's the thing. So I'll just, you guys can buy them later, I guess. You don't have, okay. Here's the advanced directive. It's called Advanced Healthcare Directive. And what you'll see is one side's English, one side's Spanish, but you have to write it in English. So if you don't know English, you need to get someone to help you. What the Spanish side will do is give you our idea of what to do. This Advanced Care Directive was compiled at the Archdiocese of Los Angeles. And the California Catholic Conference of Bishops adopted it. So I've got tons of information over there about the website embracingyourdying.com. And in that website, there's all these different questions that people frequently ask questions. I suggest you go into that website and read it, and read some of the different things. There's some flyers on what a hospice is, and things like that. But anyway, you should look at this and download your own copy. It is from the website. But this is a very valid thing. The other thing is we're talking about advanced directive. This is really important because it's comprehensive. The other thing you need to know is that hospitals are handing out what's called a post. Post is, it's bright pink. To make sure everybody knows it's a post, by law, it has to be bright pink. So, of course, mine's in yellow because I don't think this is the real thing. It's not. Because it has to be this ugly looking pink. And I've got copies of that as well. It's important you look at that because the post has become the go-to all for medical treatment. And the post, even though it's supposed to protect the patient and the healthcare provider, the problem what the pulse is, everything's a yes or no answer.
Should we just pass them
So
down?
the intent of the pulse is supposedly to complement your advance directive. And technically, it's supposed to be used for people who are terminally ill. So for instance, when my mother was dying of Alzheimer's, she had it for 15 years. For me to fill out a pulse was very easy, because there's certain things we just didn't want for her anymore, because she had lost all capacity. But if my spouse gets sick and runs into the hospital and I don't know what's wrong, the last thing I'm going to do is fill out a pulse. Because this pulse is legally binding. It doesn't have to be signed by a physician, but the physician doesn't have to be there when you execute the orders of the post. And so that can become problematic. Often, I know it's supposed to be used when you're terminally ill. Most people don't know that. Most people think it's mandatory to fill it out. It's not mandatory to fill it out at all. But what's important is, if you think your loved one is in a certain state and you fill this out, and then they do better, and they get sent to rehab, this post travels everywhere they go. So Grandma got really sick. We think she's at her end. We fill this out, do not resuscitate, do not do artificial means of whatever. Although, see, this goes against Catholic social teaching again. No artificial means of nutrition. You know, obviously, in our ERDs from the Catholic Church, nutrition and hydration is considered ordinary care. So it's easy to fall prey to this. So you have to be very careful what you fill out. But the other thing is, what if Grandma starts to get better and now you send her to rehab so she can build muscle tone because she's in bed too long? And now suddenly this is there again. So you have to be very careful with the post, because every hospital you go to here in California, they're 100 and they want you to fill it out. But you only fill it out when you feel comfortable filling it out. It's not mandatory to fill it out. It is helpful in some cases. It's certainly helpful, again, when you're talking about people at their end of life. It's something I would never fill out to anybody who's not at their end of life, ever. Because I don't know. A new chemo drug could change everything. And like that Dr. talked, you know, that one woman, she lived 11 years later, she's still talking against physician-assisted suicide. You just don't know what's in God's plans. But it's supposed to complement your advance directive. And so that would be the most important one, is to go through that. And so, again, this is not official because it is in yellow. And, but you might want to take a look at it, because the last thing you want to do is be in a situation where you're rushing someone to the hospital and they're shoving this in your face. You need to know what you're going up against. And you need to know what the wishes of your spouse is. So I was sharing something with someone. My dad, for instance, we've had conversations about this a lot. My dad was an engineer, very analytical. He thinks that he's going to, he thinks he's going to experience the entire death process. And I tried to explain to him at one point, when your dad won't be experiencing it anymore as a human. He goes, yeah, I know. But as long as I can keep going through it, I'm going to. So, that's a big clue for me, right? Because here it says something about pain management. What's pain management? Listen to yourself. How much pain management do you want? Well, I would never put down here, don't give him too much morphine because he wants to experience his painful death. That's crazy. No, this is the inhumane. But I do, so I'm never putting it down in writing, but I do know that for my dad, that he has stressed that he doesn't mind being somewhat uncomfortable as long as he can still be aware of what's happening. And I think in his mind, he wants to have a couple more conversations with God. And that's why he wants to be in that state. Because he's got all these questions still about life. And when he finally reaches that time, he's going to be asking these questions to God. And so he wants that period in this dying process to be able to do that. And I respect that. But again, I'm very careful what I put in writing, because if that man's in pain, he's getting his morphine, you know, which is also what he would want. So, so everything's gray. You just have to remember, when it comes to end-of-life issues, black and white's not good. You want the gray area. You want what's good for the human person that you're working with. And you don't want people telling you what you need to be doing. You need to do what you think the patient wanted you to do. So anyway, if you read the back of the post, it gives you some tips and stuff, what to look for. And again, in the advanced directive, it tells you, what the different terms mean. And what's really good about this is it talks about Catholic teaching concerning euthanasia and other things. So, and keep in mind, passive euthanasia, that's just doing absolutely nothing, which is starving a person to death, which is also not listed in the Catholic Church. So, going back to Terry, the rose in the vase had more water in the stem than Terry had in her body. And then when they took a biopsy of her brain, he said it was shrunk like a scribble. Well, of course it was. There was no hydration. Why would you ever take a biopsy of a brain after it's been dehydrated for 3 weeks? Because you're supposed to die in 3 days or 4 days. It took about 2-3 weeks. That was not the time to figure out what her brain capacity was. I guarantee if none of us get water for anything for 2-3 weeks, our brain will be pretty strong too. So anyway, go ahead.
Is it ordinary means of intervention to put someone on a feeding tube or to give them IV?
Generally it is. That's considered nutrition. So generally anything has to do with feeding and drinking is ordinary means. Where you run into trouble is when your cancer or your AIDS or something has deteriorated your capacity to accept any of that food. And at that point, The other thing is, the more I talk about this to healthcare professionals, in the dying process, people don't want to eat anymore. And that's normal. And so that's when you want to keep them hydrated. But again, we have to be very careful about, we have a terminal illness and we're giving them nutrition so they can sustain their life. And someone is going through the dying process and we need to allow them to die at the end of their life. So it's very normal, 2-3 days before a patient dies, when he's lost his appetite.
So do you feed him that?
Yeah, you feed him. You
but
feed him.
you don't do intervene?
Well, again, every case is different.
Right.
Every case is different. Like the last time I fed my mother, it took me 2.5 hours to feed her this much. And I'm so glad I had the opportunity because that was the last time I saw her. So, if she had reached a point where she couldn't eat at all, we probably would have given her some intravenous or feeding tube. Because at that time, she was still apparently, at least looking pretty good. But she was dying. And she has slowly reduced her appetite. And so what we did was we just spent twice as long feeding her, and it became a game for her. She loved it. Because all this attention, we extended Alzheimer's, So it was the most beautiful experience that God blessed me with. So you don't want, again, it's a gray area. You want to talk to your chaplain at the hospital and all those different things, because you could get caught up on either side of the spectrum, and on both sides, it's not a healthy place for the patient. But I can't think of hardly any reason why you would ever not give someone hydration. Really, never. Even with some of the worst cases, they will give them ice cubes and stuff in order so they feel no pain. Because hydration is very painful. Why would anybody do that to another person? Do you have a question?
Yeah. What's the coverage for do not resuscitate? DNR?
DNR, do not resuscitate.
What's the coverage for that? Is that only for cardio?
Yeah, do not resuscitate is cardio.
Just for the cardio?
Yeah. So what it means is you have a heart attack or your heart stops. DNR would mean that they're not going to try to start it back. Yeah. Do not resuscitate.
That's okay?
Yeah, like in my mother's case, her brain stem was killing the ability for the heart to pump. So, my dad had her resuscitated 15 times. That wasn't okay, you know. But it was his spouse of over 50 years. And then when I showed up, I said, Dad, you gotta give it up. And the nurses were ready to kill him. But I mean, you know, to him, she was getting better and better. And what they're doing is they're giving her creating a heartbeat. But the heart isn't working on its own. So do not resuscitate when you have a terminal ill patient, yes.
But if I've heard that there's this practice that they do not give water or food for those patients that has signed up for DNR. Is that true?
I haven't heard that. Those are two different things.
I know.
I mean, there's one thing where my body is dying and my heart's going to give out, but I don't know when that's going to happen, so I need to be hydrated. So yeah, those are two different things.
Yeah, because I've heard that.
Have you really?
People will say, oh, that's artificial, life support, if they can't do it on their own. So I've always been confused about that.
Oh, no. I mean, my dad can't do it on his own unless we put water in his bowl. You know what I mean? So, exactly. Yeah, no, Catholic teaching is very clear on this. Hydration and nutrition is ordinary. Because in order to, bottom line, it's the best way to remember this, life can only be sustained on hydration and nutrition. You take away their ability to sustain, you cause death. Mm-hmm. That's your key right there. Everything else can go in different ways, but that's your key. To sustain life, you have to have water and food.
Okay, now in the case of my mother-in-law, she was in a coma and she removed the feeding tube 3 times.
She did.
She did, and they kept putting it back in, and the family decided no more. And I've always kind of been a little uncomfortable with this decision, but I realized, I mean, she died. They took the feeding tube out, and she died 18 hours later. So she was well into the dying process.
Right. She did not starve to death.
No, she didn't starve to death. No.
So that's how I would look at it. She didn't starve to death.
Okay.
It's hard because you could kill yourself.
Well, yes, you can. I mean, and then you hear about somebody who does it a little differently, or you see somebody, and it's a little different. But
that's why I thought my love letter. No matter what happens, it was the end of my life. God wanted me home that day, so get over it. To my kids, don't feel, because my kids would feel guilty. My daughter, I should have done this, did I do this? I should have done. Yeah, I mean, this could go anywhere. So I mean, we have to do this prayerfully. I knew this one lady whose husband was in a coma, and they're trying to disconnect a lot of the machines with him, and he needed to be disconnected. She was not going to let that happen. She was going to let him live artificially forever, and there was no way getting around it. So, and I knew her, and I knew a little bit of the family dynamic, and so I knew one of the reasons why she didn't want to die. She had unresolved issues with him, and she needed to get a result. She was never going to get a result because he was never going to wake up. And so at some point I just said, would you consider having a nice cup of tea in front of Jesus in the chapel in front of the Blessed Sacrament? Don't pray, just listen. And so it took a couple days to do this. I go, bring a healthy little pillow. Just don't leave that chapel until you know what God wants you to do. And so she did. She faithfully went to that chapel and just sat there and didn't even pray. She just looked at the blessing and just asked, she cries, called contemplative prayer, just to try and listen to what he says. And he died on his own when she did it. Because God knew she was never going to disconnect. So he got her in that chapel where she would be safe, so he could take him home. I mean, it's really a beautiful love story, when you think about it. So through prayer, particularly contemplative prayer, we can at least try to find the wisdom of what we need to do. We're in a bad situation because we want to do the right thing. We don't want to go overboard one or the other. We've got the medical community, depending on their ethnicity too, will depend on what advice they give you. And then we've got the insurance companies telling them what to do. So at some point, you just have to have that contemplative prayer with your Maker to help you figure this out, because it's all gray. And no matter what we do, when the patient dies, we feel bad.
I just want to say something very briefly, but I hope you can all hear me. What I'm going to say is coming from the bottom of my heart. I hope it doesn't offend any of you. If my wife and I were married for 47 years, she became sick on a Wednesday and was dead on the following Sunday. She didn't have an advance directive. The most difficult thing I've ever done in my life is to tell them to pull the plug. And if you love your loved ones, and if you love your spouse, have an advance directive. It's the most horrible experience in the world to have to make that decision. That's all.
Thank you for sharing. Yeah, thank you. But it's also, it's also important to remember there is a difference between pulling the plug and giving someone a pill.
Yes.
There's a huge difference.
I know, but it's still, I struggled with that for 3 years. She's been dead. We were married 47 years, and she's been dead for 7 years now. And for 3 of those 7 years, you have no idea. It was literally a really hell. And she died 6 hours after we pulled her plug. Yeah. So she was well on the road.
Right.
Yeah, so just, if you love your loved ones, don't put them through that. Fill out an advance directive.
Right, because she didn't suffer.
Yes.
Right. At the end, that's what it was. And it's true, when you go through the death process, you don't want all that stuff. God is calling you. And, let the soul go. It's so hard. But there is that death process that we have to respect. And that chaplains have witnessed over and over again. This is why we can get a good chaplain. It's so helpful because what we know here, they know here because they've been observing this death experience. That's why hospice is so good too.
What made it really difficult was the fact that the day after she became ill, she became uncommunicative too. So I couldn't talk to her. I couldn't get her input as to what. Right. So I had to do it on my own. I remember once, many, many years ago, some of the best advice I was ever given was that when you're praying, sometimes you need to shut up and listen.
That's right.
And I went into the chapel there, and I didn't pray. I just
just listen.
Just listen.
God will talk to you.
Yeah.
There's 3 different forms of prayer. I've learned this from the Jesuits. They make fun of me because the Jesuits are liberal. But sometimes they have some very good points. But the most primitive prayer is us praying to God. It's actually the most primitive one. With me, it's always been my Christmas list. I need this, pray for this, help this person, make this person well, I need money, da, da, da. Okay, then there's the one where you're kind of having a little bit of a dialogue back and forth. But then there's the most deepest sense of prayer, the contemplative prayer. And it's the hardest one to accomplish because you really have to strip yourself of everything and just, become the soul that He wants to talk to. And that's the best way for Catholics is in front of the Blessed Sacrament. Thank you for sharing that. That's beautiful. And it's going to help many of us sometime in our lives.
I hope so.
So, good.
American Orthopedic says that brain death is something that physicians came up with to aid with organ donation.
That's tricky. Again, you need to talk to emergency room nurses because they can actually tell you, they can count when it's going to happen, The reality is, if you want to donate organs, they have to be in good shape. And if you're clinically completely dead, they're dead too. So brain death is science and an art in itself. And I honestly don't know enough about it to really stand up here and talk about it. But for instance, in Japan, we had to have a straight line, and that's why you couldn't get organs from Japan. The Japanese would come to the United States to get organs. So you have to be very careful with brain death because sometimes they think the brain is dead and it's not. And we've heard cases, there was a case maybe 2 years ago, this football player, they were going to take out his organs and he kicked the nurse in the head. Remember that? I mean, so I don't know how he could have been so dead and then suddenly he's swapping the nurse, you know? So, I mean, that happens. And you hear cases like that. On the other hand, there are a lot of people who are living well now, especially children, because patients were as brain dead as it could be, and they're able to harvest. Again, it's like everything else. There's money in harvesting of organs. Once money's involved, you know, everything changes. I have a donor, organ donor card. My husband says I'm crazy. He goes, you know, Mary, you could go in there with a concussion and they're going to start yanking stuff. Now, the good news is at my age, probably not. But I had that card since I was 20, when my organs were probably pretty vital, so thank God I never had a concussion. But, you know, it's a toss-up. You ready to go?
No. I have an organ donor card, and on it I scribbled, but wait until I'm dead.
Oh, did you put that down? You know, so for me, that's good. For me, it's, I have to trust in God that He's going to take me when He wants me. And if I can give some people some of my organs, that would be great. You know, it's so, again, it's all gray. It's so gray. I could probably, if I did some research, give you 100 reasons why what you just said is absolutely accurate, and that, you know, this is a big sham. I could also probably give you good other 100 reasons of why people are living who need to live, who were given that second chance on life, because someone who was truly going to die gave their organs up. So, we have, you know, it's hard. I don't know. I don't know enough about brain death. I studied it with the NCBC. It was fascinating to me, but it got so complicated that I could never, without any true medical, technical knowledge, explain exactly. I know that I've heard that omegas are all supposed to be great for the brain. So if you have a concussion or a coma, start pumping a bunch of omegas into your system, because that happened to that young man in San Diego. You guys hear about that man in San Diego? Little young boy, teenager, that hit that car? Supposedly brain dead, or almost brain dead. He had still some activity. And the mother, in her desperateness, started Googling, and she found out, I think it was in Japan or someplace, if you use like 100% more omegas than a normal consumption, it actually helps brain injury. And he's back at school. So you know, I don't know. I certainly can't answer this. Okay, our current laws, we have Washington, Oregon, Maryland, and Vermont have legal physician-assisted suicide. Washington, Oregon, Vermont voted on it. In Maryland, the judge just decided to do it without anybody's input, which, that's really un-American. Yes, me. Okay, so that's that. This is a little of the history of Marie and I, what we've been doing for the last 20 years. 1992, we fought Proposition 161. It failed 54% to 45. Then in 1995, we fought AB 1080, then AB 1310. And it made it because of all the activity of the Catholic Church and other interest groups. One of our greatest friends of this is the disability organizations, because they feel the most vulnerable. Because if you think about it, if we can't see value in someone's life that needs help with bathroom and eating and stuff, then how can we see value in someone who's a quadriplegic? Right? So they are up in arms, and they are our greatest advocate every time we fight this, and they're the voice of why we've gotten this far without having it. Okay, so then 1999, AB 1592 passed Assembly policy. Discipline needs never brought to the Assembly floor. AB 64 in 2005 passed policy and fiscal committees never brought to the Assembly floor. When they say never brought to the Assembly floor, it's because they got so many phone calls and letters and people complaining. Things have changed from then to now. AB 651, Gutman and Mann. Now this is interesting, Gutman and Mann. Basically, it was a bill for physician-assisted suicide. They knew they couldn't pass it in the Senate, and so what did they do? They gutted it out and put it into another bill which was supposed to help kids with juvenile diabetes. So any legislator who's not paying attention, because they have like 740 to their desk, they go, oh yeah, I'm going to help kids stamp pass. And there it was. So this is what they do in our legislation. They'll actually gut a bill and put it under something else. Okay, then in 2007, AB 374 passed policy to the committees that brought to 74. AB 2747, End of Life Care, sponsored by Compassion and Choices. That's the organization we'll be hearing a lot from. Was passed by California legislator over the opposition of Californians against assisted suicide. The Californians Against Assisted Suicide is the organization the Catholic Church works very closely with. Part of the organization is also all the disabled communities. So we work with a lot of people who don't necessarily agree with us in our social issues, but on this one we can agree, and so that's what we talk about when we talk to them. Okay, so let me see, Harvard, and okay, so we almost lost this one, and we finally were able to defeat it. But what we did lose is strong language using voluntary stopping of eating and drinking, and palliative sedation. They put some very strong language in that bill, and we lost that. But we did get with the fact that we could not actually have physician-assisted suicide. But now, palliative sedation, voluntary stopping of eating and drinking has become a normal form of end-of-life care, which is one of the first things on here. You want to stop nutrition. I mean, why would you put that right in front? Really. Let's look at the other stuff that you do first. Stop that before we get to the water. Okay, then they realized that there was just too much opposition, and they gave it a rest, and I believe the gentleman's going to start up again. So society has created many responsible ways for individuals to exercise their autonomy, living will, and advance directives. Every major disability rights group asserts that their quality of life will be subtly devalued, which we know. Their access to community resources and accommodation will be jeopardized if pediatrics is allowed. And those who advocate for the poor point out that California is the most competitive healthcare market in America, and that pediatrics will be cheaper than long-term care. There is this woman in Oregon who, her lung cancer came back, and she was poor. She was on Medicare. And so they told her she was terminal, but this treatment would help prolong her life by several years. It was $4,000 a month. So she got the letter from insurance saying, we can't pay for that, but we will pay for your pill. It actually made it into the news. I mean, it's like, imagine getting that in the mail. Sorry, we can't help you if you want to die quicker. You know, we'll pay the pill. I mean, it's kind of hilarious. Okay, so that's it. Any other questions? No? You guys have been great. So, if you have any questions later on, I'll answer them then. These are tough subjects because there's an emotional component to it. But they have to be worked out. And at the end of the day, we do the best